Hello, guys and gals. I'm a little early. I'm always a little early because I want to play some Diablo. Because, we can talk about stuff. What potentially is coming, things like that. And we'll play some Diablo before we do it. I don't care. I like to play Diablo. You guys don't like to play Diablo? Is that what you guys are saying? I was scarfing down some Wendy's. It was delicious. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Don't worry. I fix. You see, I fix. I do the fix. What's up, Darkado? Ever since I figured out that the buzzing happens on this other monitor, I don't want to use this other monitor anymore. I might have to make this one my primary. Ah, yes. So what's supposed to be coming in this dev update? I like to talk about this stuff in advance. So the dev update is supposed to be something about like the system requirements, from what I've heard. Apparently Riker had a post about it, and he said that they were going to give us system requirements finally. So that should be interesting. And because they're going to be giving us system requirements, let's do this. So we're going to do a poll. And in the poll, I want you guys to tell me what your video card is. All right. All right, so what we're going to do is, obviously there's a lot of different video cards. All right. So we need to separate this into generations, okay? So the newest generation, which would be considered the 4090 generation. So we're going to do the 4000 series. And then we're going to do the 3000 series. And then we also have two more series. So we'll do the 2000 series, and then we'll also do the 1000 series. Unfortunately, I don't have enough options. I would like to do even lower than this. In fact, you know what we could do? Let's do this. Let's take out the 2000 series so that we can add in an older series as well. So let's do AMD, NVIDIA doesn't matter, just the generation. All right, so if your card came out at the same time as the generation, I'm just using the NVIDIA cards as an example of the series. So 4090 being the newest series, and I think what's the AMD equivalent right now? I'm trying to remember. I haven't looked it up yet. I didn't watch the keynote series for the AMD video card, so I don't know the newest one. RX 7000. So the RX 7000 is the new one. So we can do / RX 7000. I don't know. So I'm gonna do we're gonna do 700 series for the old ones. 700 series would be like 760, 770, 780. I want to have like a big gap between like the 1000 and the 700 to indicate that you have an older card. Even if your card's a little bit older than the 700, just choose the 700 series, because that's like the bare minimum these days is like a 760. 760s, you can pick up like brand new 760s on eBay for like, I think it's like $60 or something like that. In fact, let me do a quick double check here real quick, because if you guys don't believe me. So let me go to eBay. And I'm going to pull up a GTX 760. So GTX 760 is a pretty old card at this point. And then we're going to go to old sold. So we want to actually look at things that have been already sold. So hold on a second here. Sold items. There we go. All right. So I have here an MSI 760 for $39.99, and I can bring this up on the stream if you guys want to see it. So if you guys are running anything older than a 760, Stop. What are you doing? Why? Why are you running anything older than a 760? All right, don't do that to yourself. You're just torturing yourself at that point. You can pick up 760s on eBay for literally $30. And a 760 is a pretty beefy card, especially in comparison to a lot of the older cards before that generation. All right, so if you're running anything older than a 700 series at this point, don't eat Taco Bell for 1 or 2 days. All right, save that $30 that you would have spent on tacos and get yourself a 760. All right, it's not that difficult. As you can see, this one even sold for $15, and it was 2 of them, but these are not working. So, you can generally pick up a pretty decent 762 gigabyte card for dirt cheap. All right, just don't eat some Taco Bell for a couple of days. You'll be fine. Get yourself a 760. If you're running anything older than a 760 or any series lower than a 760, just pick up a 760. They're dirt cheap. They run really well. I had a 760 for a very long period of time before I upgraded to the 1080. And it was a very good card. And honestly, there wasn't actually much of a performance increase from the 760 to 1080. You know why? Because my CPU was bottlenecking the card. And when I upgraded my computer, the 1080 actually was able to perform properly. 1080 Ti is pretty nice too. All right. So right now the 3000 series is winning, which I have a 3000 too. So my card is a 3090, so I have a 3000 as well. See, I told you I went to Wendy's. See, sir, this is the Wendy's. 750 Ti. 50s tend to be rather poor cards from my experience. I usually don't ever recommend getting the 50 version. Every time I've ever seen the 50s, they're usually not very good cards. They're very low end, very neutered cards just in general. You get a 760 Ti. 760 Ti would be a better card. But I'm just talking about dirt cheap. That's all I'm talking about. For $30, you can pick up a 760, throw it in your system, and you've got a pretty decent gaming rig. Yeah, it's not going to play the top of the line ridiculous games that came out with 4K graphics or anything, but it does 1080p just fine. You would rather have Wendy's than Taco Bell? That's a serious question there, Darko. I feel like Taco Bell is superior to Wendy's. I don't know. I mean, I do like Wendy's, but Taco Bell seems to be better. You can get a 1050 Ti for $30 on eBay as well. 1050 Ti is probably about the same as the 760, by the way. I'm pretty sure I checked this out a little while back. Because I think I was actually thinking of upgrading to a 1050 Ti at one point, just because I was being silly. And, it's barely, if at all, faster, by the tiniest little proportions. I mean, yeah, if you can pick it up for $30, then go ahead, because it's pretty much the same exact card. A 1050 Ti is literally a GTX 760. And if you don't believe me, I'll bring it up on stream for you, so that you can actually see that it's literally the same card. This is what a lot of people don't understand about the 50 series. The 50 series is literally just last generation's leftovers. That's why I generally look at the 50 series as kind of like a garbage series, because it doesn't they don't generally perform very well, and they're not much better than the last system's run. This is the GTX 760, and this is the 1050 Ti, and there is only a 13% performance increase versus the 760. The 760 is also just a much beefier card in general. A much larger card, better coolers, all around. They're massive. The 1050 Ti is much smaller, has kind of like inferior cooling. They're budget cards. The 50 series is always budget cards. Very dirt cheap budget cards. If you get a top of the line 760 and you compare it to a 50 Ti or whatever, like it's not even going to be a contest. The top of the line card is going to be more stable, more powerful, just in general. The 1050 Ti might beat it out a little bit because they'll probably overclock it a little bit, but that's neither here nor there. Basically all I'm trying to tell you is that the 50 series is usually just last generation's leftovers. That's what you need to remember about the 50 series. So like when you get into the 10 series, they'll take an older card, something dirt cheap that they got leftover chips, they put it into a card, they make it work, they put some fancy branding on it, a cooler, like maybe it's a little bit smaller than it was before, and then they sell it for nothing. They do that every single year. The 50 series is their leftovers from the last year. The 60 series is usually their bottom of the line of that generation, which is different. So like with the 760 was that generation's card. The 750 was the previous generation's card, kind of like dumbed down and remade. And I'm not saying the 760 is a great card. I'm not. Like that's completely and far from my mind. All I'm saying is when I was making up this poll and I was trying to decide what to add, and I was like, should I add an older card than a 700 series? All I'm trying to say is that no. Like, I feel like at this point, with how dirt cheap a 760 is, and also the 1050 Ti, which is basically the same card, $30. You can literally pick one up for $30. Put it in your system, you've got an upgrade. If you're not running at least a 760 at this point, like, there's no reason why you can't spare $30 and pick up a 760 and throw it in your system. Alright, let's play some Diablo until this dev conference starts. I'm going to play a little bit of D2 until we get to D3. Or D4. Yeah, a little bit of D2 to D4. I am interested to see what their minimum specifications are. I am interested. 760 might not fit in your system. That's right. It is a big, beefy card. But all of the new cards are huge, Zoe. Like, have you seen how big the 30 series is and the 4090 series? Like, I feel like I need to hold on just a minute. I feel like I need to bring this up just real quick. All right, 4090 size comparison. All right, I need you to see how big the 4090 is, like, really. Like, because at this point, if a 760 doesn't fit in your rig, the 30 series and the 4090 series ain't fitting in your rig at all. Like, they're not even gonna like touch the inside of your rig. It's like you're just gonna like try to put it in, and your PC case is gonna slap it out of your hand, and it's gonna say no. All right, here you go. This is the best one that I can find right now. Here, I'm gonna pull this up on stream for you guys. This is a size comparison of the newest 4090 card. All right, this is the 4090, and that's an Xbox Series S. Okay, an Xbox Series S. You see the Xbox Series S? The Xbox Series S is shorter than the 4090. It's shorter. If you've ever held an Xbox Series S in your hands, it's ridiculous. That's a Steam Deck right there, and it's bigger than the Steam Deck. I have a Steam Deck right here. The Steam Deck is bigger than my face. And the 4090 is bigger than the Steam Deck. Alright, so if you can't fit a 760, which is a hell of a smaller card, by the way, way smaller than the 4090, then you're going to need a case upgrade at that point. Which means you got bigger problems than just not having a good video card. Probably got a really small case. Well, I only have about an hour until the thing starts, so I'm not really going to be doing a whole lot of APOC. I'm probably just going to be farming some Trav and talking about Diablo 4. I'll do a more official, like, Diablo 2 stream later. This is really just to kill time. Ah, the beauty of murdering the Travancore Council. There's just something special about murdering these band of wanton creatures. Bone knife. Oh, spiderweb sash. Bernard Francisca. Oh, bone wand. That's what I was looking for. Let's check the amulet too. Number 2. A dimensional blade with 6 open sockets. You could. Unbending Will's not exactly a very expensive. Not very expensive rune word. I mean, you'd probably be better off with a phase blade, but if you can't find a 6 open socket phase blade, not really sure why you wouldn't be able to find a 6 socket. Honestly, you just need to find a phase blade and then socket it. Honestly, though, phase blade and dimensional blade are probably not the best choices because the other weapons have far higher damage output, and if you're actually using it for physical damage, you might be better off with another choice. But there are very few 6 socket sword choices. I believe the only other choice is the Colossus. I always get this wrong because I never remember which one is which. The Colossus Blade or the Colossus Sword. I can't remember. One is capable of 6 sockets and the other one is not. I believe it's the Blade? I want to say it's the Blade. Yes, the Blade is the one that's capable of 6 sockets. Which is the only one that you would be able to, the only other sword that you'd be able to throw that in. I do believe that's way better damage than the phase blade, although the phase blade is indestructible, which is another, like, plus in its category. I don't generally like to use phase blades for physical damage characters, though, unless you're using, like, a Grief or something like that, because Grief bypasses the low damage of the blade. But phase blades tend to have extremely low average damage, and when used for actual weapons, like weapons that are not the Grief, they tend to be pretty terrible in terms of damage output. Also, they hit the maximum breakpoint really fast. So, like, if you're using a relatively quick ability, like, you're not going to be able to increase the damage by increasing the speed, which is also kind of a big thing. It does, because phase blades are technically not indestructible, they just don't have durability, which is like a weird thing. We got 1 hour until the live stream, Mattis. I started the stream early so I could bullshit and talk with you guys. Let's see here. So the average damage of a phase blade is 33, which is very low by comparison to pretty much all other blades in the same category. The Conquest Sword is 45, the Cryptic Sword is 41, the Mythical Sword is 45, the Hydra Edge is 48, the Elegant Blade is 39, the Atigan is 36, and the Falcata is 45. Every single sword in the one-handed category beats the Phase Blade in terms of average damage, as well as the Colossus Blade is an average damage of 45 as well, and the Colossus Sword is an average damage of 48. So, like, if you're going specifically for damage output, and you're putting a regular rune word in there besides a Grief, I would definitely not recommend going with the Phase Blade. If you're going for an elemental damage build, you need speed over everything else. Or you're using it for a grief, which has the grief damage mechanic, which bypasses the low average damage of the weapon. Then Phase Blade is your choice. Phase Blade is just kind of a poor weapon in general. It really only has one main advantage, which is the fact that it's indestructible. And that's the reason why people really love to use the Phase Blade, is because it's indestructible. There are a lot of better options than the Phase Blade, but that indestructibility makes it a prime choice for a lot of reasons. It also makes it the wrong choice for a lot of weapons as well. Like, you would never make a Breath of the Dying in a Phase Blade. It's a stupid thing to do. Because Phase Blades are already indestructible, they cannot be ethereal, and Breath of the Dying has a Zod rune in it, so you would be much, much, much better off putting it in a weapon that can be ethereal, so that you can take advantage of that ethereal damage bonus. There are tons of different things going on here with the swords. If you ever want to look at like the swords and compare them all, I believe Ariat Summit, yes, Ariat Summit has a very nice page here. And you can see the average damage as well as the base speed for each class, by the way, because it changes for each class. And the damage range numbers as well as the maximum number of sockets for each sword, which is definitely interesting. And then you got the range adder. So the range adder is also a whole thing. So longer range weapons tend to be a little bit easier to use. The Phase Blade is a range 1. And it's like the Colossus sword and the Colossus blade are range 2. Adds a little bit of range to your attacks, which means you don't have to run toward the target as much. The only way that a Phase Blade can be ethereal, Sean, is if you find a dimensional blade that is rare, or a unique blade, or a unique dimensional blade that is ethereal. So it has to be a rare or unique item that is ethereal. Ginther's Rift can be ethereal. And then you have to upgrade it into a Phase Blade in its ethereal state. That is the only way that you can have an ethereal Phase Blade. And people actually search for these all the time. When you see a crystal sword or a dimensional sword drop on the ground, a rare one, a lot of people will pick these up. They will check them for specific modifiers and the ethereal status. And if they come with like the perfect modifiers, we're talking about like 40% IAS, Fool's modifier, which is increased attack rating based on character level and increased max damage based on character level. Cruel modifier, which is 300% or higher enhanced damage. And then also something like maybe Dual Leech or any of the other very nice modifiers that you can have on a sword. And then you upgrade it into the Phase Blade. You now have a godlike ethereal Phase Blade. Which is very hard to come by, and it's something that people tend to look for a lot. Your laptop won't run D2R. The problem with that statement right off the bat is, do you need to use a laptop? Because, quite honestly, pound for pound, buck for buck, you are going to end up with a much weaker system in general than a PC. So if you build a laptop, or if you buy a laptop, and you spend like $1,000 on the laptop, it is most likely going to be about half the power and capability as your modern desktop for the same price. If you're on a budget like $600 to $800, my suggestion to you would be to get a PC, not a laptop. Nephrune. Oh, man, I'm in the money now, boys. I'm in the money. I'm in the money. I found a Nephrune, and it goes right in the bank. What PC would I get for $600? I would build my own. That's what PC I would get. I've always been a prolific builder of PCs. I enjoy putting them together and taking them apart. I'm going to be building one here soon, actually. Maybe I should do it on live stream just for fun.
Impossible.
That way I can do it wrong in front of millions of people. I was not able to make my COH yesterday, Jinx. I tried, and I tried, and I did get a couple Ist runes. I managed to farm a Tal Rosh's amulet. Like, I got a couple things. I got a Pally combat skiller, which was pretty nice. I was kind of happy about getting that Pally combat skiller. It had life on it, too. It's a Pally combat skiller with life. Where is it? It's hiding in here somewhere. Yeah, right here. Plus one Pally combat skill with 12 life. I did not, however, get, a Sorcerer rune. I'm still working on it. Working on it. Working it and working it and working it. Wow. Working it and working it and working it. Wow. Working it and working it and working it. Wow. Do you think Diablo 4 will be a better game than D2R? Probably not, but it'll be fun to play, I'm sure. So Scott, Carrie Scott, if you're really interested in building a PC, okay, and you don't know how to do it yourself, I know a guy, he's my brother, who can help you build a PC if you want to, or pick one out for you. If you hop into our Discord, we have a channel called Tech Help, I believe it is. You don't even have to be in the kinship. Tech Advice. And in the Tech Advice channel, you can ask for some help. We have quite a few people in here who can give you a hand. If you don't know how to build a computer, that's fine. They can look up some computers for you, try and find something within your budget range. Definitely come up with a budget range, figure out what you want to spend on it, and then they can try and work you out something in that money range. Is there a way to reach my brother without Discord? I mean, I'm not going to give his phone number out on stream or anything, so. I mean, is there a reason why you can't access Discord? And Discord is super easy. Yeah, email. I'm pretty sure that's his business email if you want to send him an email. The business has been around since AOL days. That's why it's an AOL email. Just remember, he does run a business. You know, he makes money. So, don't expect him to do everything for free. For free 99. Boom. Oh Lord, I'm gonna die. Vortex shield. It's worth money though. I'm pretty sure that's a 35k. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. Yeah, more the story behind the AOL email is a simple one. It's a very simple one. Basically, what happened was what had happened was that was the email address that we had for our business, and then obviously we stopped using AOL, but the email address was already like in stone, so to speak. That's what everybody knew to contact us by. So just like keeping your phone number between keeping your phone number between businesses or cell phone companies. Like, we kept the email address between all the companies, even though we no longer use AOL at all. You know, we still have the email address, so the email address is just what our business was known by, so we just kept it. Am I going to join you guys in hardcore anytime this season? Ever have a Diablo 2 nightmare? I don't think I've ever had a nightmare about Diablo, actually. I think I've had nightmares about other things. Not Diablo, but other things. Like games that I've played, like other games that I've played. Maybe when I was younger. You know, because I don't remember a lot of that from when I was younger, so maybe when I was in my like 15, 16, you know, like years old, maybe I had like a nightmare back then. See, the thing is that you usually have nightmares about stuff like at the same time like that you play it. So like the first couple days of your job, like the first time you play a video game, like that's when like that kind of stuff comes up. And I guess I played it so much when I was younger, I probably never had one now. And if I did have one back then, I can't remember. What we got here? Nothing good. Look at all that nothing good. I'm going to grab that Pavis, though, because that's worth 35K in the bank. 35K in the bank, bank. 35K in the bank. Doo, doo, doo. What's up, Destination? I mean, the 700 series is a solid series of cards. It's a little outdated now, but it still works just fine. I think one of the things that a lot of people mix up with the older cards is they think the older cards can't handle the games. But it's actually kind of the opposite. The older cards can handle the games just fine. They just can't handle the high resolutions. Usually in any of the games, even the modern one these days, if you drop the resolution to like 720p, 1080p, instead of trying to go for that 1440 or like 4K resolution or even, God forbid, 8K resolution, like, if you drop the resolution a little bit, most of these older cards can handle the games just fine. And you know, it really comes down to the fact that that's what they were made for. You know, they were made for that particular resolution. The newer cards, like the 1080, the 2000 series and the 3000 series, they were made for 4K. The 1080 was the first card that was really made for 4K. So if you've got a 1080 and you're running 4K, then that's fine. That's what the card was actually designed for. It's not the best at 4K, but that's exactly what the card was actually made to run. And then you got the 20 series and the 30 series, which were made for ray tracing. So ray tracing was the main thing for the new cards. Of course, they're more powerful, but they were made for ray tracing. Speaking of ray tracing, does anybody actually use ray tracing? I'm kind of curious. I'm not impressed with ray tracing. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not really impressed. It starts in about 40 minutes, Mr. Junal. We are currently waiting. We're in wait mode. So get your popcorn and your snacks. Bone knife, Eldrune, precious Eldrunes. I can't carry anymore. Never in a season of Diablo, has an Eldrune been so valuable. People will ask me for Eldrunes now. It is the silliest thing. They're like, man, you got an Eldrune, man? I really need an Eldrune. And I'm like, I have never heard that before. I really need an Eldrune. That is a statement that had never been uttered before Season 3. And now it is the precious Eldrune, the component of the hustle. Do the hustle. I can't be the only one that does that every single time somebody was like, man, I really need a hustle. And I'm like, do the hustle. Discord, Anthony. Discord is the best place to get in touch with us. We're usually on Discord. If you join the kinship, you can hop in with everybody who's in the kinship, and we'll help you out with tons of stuff. And, I mean, don't be shy. Just ask us for help, and we'll usually come give you a hand if we're not busy. If we are busy, you know, I mean, just know that we're not ignoring you. We're just busy. Like, if we're in the middle of Ubers and you're like, hey guys, can you guys come help me with Diablo and normal? And we're like, we can't right now, buddy. Sorry, we're you know, we're trying to kill the Ubers, and we don't really have the time at the moment. Maybe a little bit later. Oh, guys, can you go? I mean, if you guys don't have the time, that's all right. But you know, if you guys could come right now, that'd be really helpful. He's killing me, Dad. Like in a minute, just in a minute, we'll be there. We'll be there real quick. We'll be. I promise. I promise we'll be there. It's happened more times than I like to admit. That we'll literally be right in the middle of something. There's no way we can stop what we're doing, and then and somebody comes in asking for help, and then gets upset when we don't come help them right now. Is there a program that displays ping? Yeah, just type in, this is in my 7 commands video, by the way. If you had watched it, Tong Yang, you would know this stuff. It's in my 7 commands video. Which I'm going to link now for you guys. And there's more, too. If you guys want to check out my 7 commands video, there's all sorts of stuff in there, like infinite respecs, FPF's command, all sorts of really cool commands that you can do. There's also an advanced command. I don't know if you guys know about this one, which is in the video, by the way. Which we go to Diablo 2 commands. The advanced command is, I'm trying to remember here right off the top of my head. It's been a little while since I typed in the advanced command. That's it. I forgot it was just spelled out. So it's just spelled out. What you do is you type in instead of /fps, which stands for frames per second, you just type it out, so it's frame rate. And of course I just disabled it. And it gives you some advanced information like physical memory usage, page file usage, tile cache, what DirectX you're using, your GFX memory, your COF memory, sprite cache, and your cell data cache memory, along with your ping and your FPS. Who's going to pop your body? We're popping bodies? If we're popping bodies, Joe Kelly, I want in. Come on, let's pop some bodies. Let the bodies hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the flow. Let the bodies hit the flow. Yeah, pop them bodies, yeah. Punk. Oh god, they got might. Oh no! Give me something good. Ornate plate, 35k in the bank. A quarterstaff, possibly 35k in the bank. Nothing else good. Garbage. Hot, sweaty garbage. FPS and ping is relative to how you have it set up. You generally don't want to let your computer go wild unless you're playing like a first-person shooter or something. I would have like 400 FPS in like CS:GO and stuff like that, but it doesn't matter so much for this game. 60 FPS is generally your target. A lot of people will buy fancy monitors these days that have 144 hertz and things like that. And if you have a 144 hertz monitor, you can go higher. Because your monitor can display more FPS. There is a benefit to going above the hertz of the monitor, but it's not like as good as having a high hertz monitor. And the benefit doesn't really like. I'm not really quite sure how to explain that. It's really just about updating the frames as quickly as possible. And if you're not in an action game like a racing game, a first person shooter, or maybe a fighting game, it doesn't really matter like all that much. It's the games that really require high FPS, like really, really high FPS, are games where you're in constant action, and especially competitive games where you're competitive against another person. Those are the games where you really need that high frame rate. ARPGs, not so much. As long as you're hitting 60, you're usually just fine. I actually have mine restricted to 60, or sorry, restricted to 120, and I think I have the VSync turned on, which I think I had the VSync turned on because of, I have my frame rate target set to 60, which is not what I intended. I'm going to turn that frame rate target off. And, okay. Why are you still not going above 60? That's strange. I don't normally have the FPS up there, so. Frame rate cap is 120, so it shouldn't be capped at 60. VSync is VSync on. VSync is usually one of the culprits. Yes, it is. But the hertz on my monitor are actually 140 something. So why is it doing that? I'll have to play around with that later. I was getting some sort of buzzing when I turned off VSync, which was the same thing we were talking about the other day, which I hated. So I definitely don't want I definitely don't want that on my DJ. I have VSync on to prevent screen tearing because I've had a couple people complain about screen tearing versus on my streams. I don't normally like having VSync on, and I'm actually fine with my screen tearing. Like I'm one of them people that does not care. I'm like, oh, the screen's tearing? Okay, who cares? I have good frame rate. That's it? You guys were all outside? What? Come back here. Trying to run away from me, sucker. I had a couple games that I called runaway games. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced a runaway game, which is basically where the game just kind of like takes your graphics card and just runs it into the dirt. So like if I don't really know. Diablo 3. Diablo 3 was an example. When Diablo 3 first came out, that game would literally run your GPU. It did not care. It would just continue to push your GPU to its maximum potential. And you had to limit the frame rate on the game so it stopped pushing your GPU to like ridiculous proportions. Because it would run at like 400 frame rate if your GPU was capable of it. And there was no reason to run at 400 FPS. Like, it would just keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, and your GPU would get so freaking hot playing that game. And I remember I had to go in there and set a maximum. I had to set a maximum frame rate for Diablo 3 to prevent it from running my GPU into the ground. Somebody wants to see my Merc gear? Yeah, sure. He's using the Hustle Ghost Spear. He's got a Bulwark Grand Crown and a nice Eth base. And I also have an Eth Duress because I'm trying to take advantage of that, that speed by giving him some crushing blow. I'm actually APOC. I'm actually trying to figure out what exactly is causing it because it's annoying the ever loving Jesus out of me. So far, I've been able to identify that it only happens on my 4K monitor, and when I change it to the old graphics, the buzzing stops, which is really weird. Like, so if it's on my 4K monitor and it's on full screen or whatever, and I'm playing, it's got a horrible buzzing in the headset, and then when I change to the old graphics, it immediately stops, and I can't figure out exactly like how I can fix it. That's what I'm interested in. So I've changed it over to this monitor for now because this monitor doesn't seem to have the coil whine. If that's what it is, coil whine. It definitely seems to be transferring into my headset, though. Oh, dear. This game is laggy. What's up, Flame Call the Witch? You're dead. Flame Call the Dead. Ithrune. A plated belt. A grand chamois. I like grand chamois. Those are nice. I'll take the Ithrune for crafting. Let's check out the jewel. Everything else is pretty garbage. We could check out the wrist blade just in case. I doubt it's any good, but we'll check it. I mean, I know I can't fix the coil whine, APOC, but there's got to be some way I can prevent the coil whine from coming through to my headset. Like, some way maybe I can insulate my headset against the buzzing. Like, they have, for instance, what is it called? Those are both garbage. They have these, like, ground loop isolators that you can put on your microphone. Yeah, ground isolation. I was thinking about maybe trying to see if I could find some sort of ground isolation for the, I don't know, maybe the HDMI cable or something. Or the not the HDMI, because it's not an HDMI cable. It's, DV? No. DVI? I can't even freaking remember. No, DVI is the white one. The HDMI is the standard, and then it's, God bless it, my brain is broken. I hope you guys understand that my brain is just like a rat's nest of like, you know what, you know what, it's like bubbling cheese. It's like cheese in a pot, right? And then like the memories kind of like bubble up to the surface of the top of the pot. And like, that's when I get my memories, is like once the little bubble hits the top of the cheese, that's when I get my memory back. It's terrible, okay? It's absolutely terrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you guys have to deal with me. DisplayPort. Yes, it's the DisplayPort. I'm wondering if there's like a way I can ground loop isolate the DisplayPort. Because that's got to be what it is. Because it doesn't, you can't actually hear it. Like, you can't physically hear it. It's coming through the headset. So it's got to be something that's translating through the DisplayPort cable into the PC and then transferring from the PC to the headset. So if I can somehow isolate that sound from coming through on the cable, I don't know, maybe. I'm so stupid. I'm like my dad. My dad used to just like, hold on, I gotta walk away for a second. My dad used to say our names, and he used to run through the whole gambit of names. Like, he would always run through everything. He'd be like, like, he'd have to say every name before he finally figured out which one it was. It's exactly what I was doing. I was like, DVI, HDMI, VGA, A bone wand. Take that. A small cherry. Bunch of nothing. Bunch of nothing. You ain't give me nothing good. Bet you one of these baskets give me something better. Didn't even have any skills on it. You're lucky. I like coming in here clicking all the little chests that are nearby the door. There's usually a bunch of little doojanks by the door. Although sometimes there's dolls, so I run. Oh, God. What's up, Erdars? Oh, dang. 2 packs. Alright. Y'all spicy. Come here, little spicies. Oh, y'all did. Okay. See, y'all ain't... That was all talk. All talk. That's it. That's all that was. All talk. This is what I'm looking for right here. So right inside the door, there's usually a room just like this. Look. Chest. 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 And then like around the edges, you'll find like some more chests. They'll be like right near the edges and stuff like that. And sometimes there's weapon racks. They'll be like 2 or 3 weapon or armor racks. Oh, here's another one right here. Look. Look. Always right by the door, too. Like, I don't know why they're always right by the door. But watch out for the dolls, obviously, but look, here's another one. Look. Chest, chest, chest. Got a little ring of fire, too. Like, they're pretty obvious. The little ring of fire gives them away. And I usually just walk in the door, at least try and find them, and then I hop out. Only when he was yelling at you because your name wasn't on the list. Bubble and cheese, my friends. Bubble and cheese. I got that bubble and cheese for a brain. Mermaids come up there so lame. Don't even know what the hell's going on. I remember the time when I was 3 with a thong. I don't even know. It rhymed. 17 to life. I'll hang on to those. I like to hang on to little small charms that have decent amount of life on them, and I use them for like Ubers and stuff like that when I'm running the Ubers, because you don't need inventory space when you're running Ubers. Chest, 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 bicep, 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 chest, chest, chest. Don't forget leg day, Charles. Don't forget leg day. You gotta make sure you do leg day. All right, so far we got 38% of you guys have a 4000 or an RX 7000 series. We got 33% of you guys are running a 3000 series. 19% of you guys are still running a 1000 series, which is a pretty decent card, nothing to be ashamed of. And we got 11% of you guys who were running the $30 760 specials. Interesting. Interesting. My weapon's broken. I need to go see Hralte. Hralte, repaireth my weapon. You're running a console series. If you're running a console, you can vote depending on the console that you're running. So Xbox One S or Xbox One S, which is the new series, is going to be the 4000 series. The 3000 series would be the older series. So like, if you had like the Xbox One or the PS4, like PS5 is obviously also 4000 series. So PS3 is probably going to be like 700 series. I don't really think the PS4 classifies as a 3000 either. I'd put the PS4 in the 1000 series. The X is definitely upper into 3000 and 4000 series, and you can just pick which one you want. That's right, DO8 Rave. That's right. That doojank pole. Y'all ain't give me nothing good up in here. What? What'd you give me? A large shield? You ain't even give me nothing to sell. I ain't even got nothing to pick up to sell. Y'all mean. I'm gonna go check my little chests. See, look at this. This is another example, exactly what I'm talking about, all right? Right inside the door, elite pack, okay? 2 elite packs right inside the door, all right? Look, they dropped me a small charm. I got a little grandy charm. All right. Once you kill your little elite packs, look, stash, chest, 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 right? Not even done. Look, hold on, look. Come down here. Look. Basket, 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 basket. And then you walk a little bit further, chest, chest. Like, it's stupid. You just walk in here and click a bunch of chests. And if you're lucky, you get even more. Look, chest. And there's another little elite guy right here. It's always right inside the damn door. Like, as soon as you walk in the door, they're just like, here, have a chest, have another chest. Here, have some stashes. Here's like 18 baskets. Here, click on these. Here's a whole bunch of little chests and baskets. Click on all these little chests and baskets. And like you walk in and end up clicking on like 15 clickables in like no time whatsoever. I wish I could put five options. I dipped on the 20 series just simply because the 20 series is so close. I just needed options. That's all. I'm not going to give any excuses. I wanted to include an older series because I'm curious at how many of you guys are actually running older cards. So I left the 2000 series out so I could add the older cards. Yes. If you've got a 2000 series card, feel free to upgrade yourself to the 3000 series, all right? Diablo 4 is coming in approximately 27 minutes, George Pagadus. 27 minutes, yes. 27 minutes and counting. As soon as the live stream starts, we will have it up on stream for everybody to see. We're gathering early so we can BS and talk shit. Sorry, language. Feel free to stay and BS with us, okay? Do you not enjoy a good BSing? Do you not? Ooh, a 7% MF small jammy. I don't mind if I do. Put that in while I'm farming. Have you found anything in those chests? Yeah, I usually find some good runes, good charms. Charms especially, like, because, you know, MF doesn't have any effect on charms because, you know, they're always blue, except for when you get a Geeds, which I don't really care. Like, I've already got a Geeds. So, like, it's been my experience that, like, those chests love to drop me small chams and grand chams, and I usually end up finding some really nice small chams and grand chams from them. A couple skillers with life, various things like that, some nice plus max damages. It's definitely been worth it because I've gotten some pretty good trades off of those chams. Well, just got a foul rune. Not exactly a high rune or anything, but definitely worth grabbing, that's for sure. Next poll, NVMe SSD. Oh man, I hope nobody's still running a old platter drive as their main drive. I really do hope nobody's still running an old platter drive. That is the one simple thing that you can do. Oh God, conviction dolls. No thank you. No thank you. Oh, I run away. No thank you. Go away. Thank you. Have a nice day. Yeah. What was I saying? I was saying something. The dolls have completely distracted me from what I was saying. Oh yeah, NVMEs. Just SSDs in general. A lot of people focus on the NVMEs. NVMEs are great, don't get me wrong, but like if you're running a solid state, if you're running a platter drive, like the old platter drives as your main OS drive, you're doing yourself a disservice. Like all you guys are doing yourself as a service. Every single one of you that's running a regular platter drive for your hard drive, you should be ashamed. You can pick up a relatively cheap SSD, not even an NVMe. You don't even need an NVMe slot. You can pick up a relatively cheap SSD, and you can put that in your computer, and it is the single best upgrade that you are going to make on that computer for the cheapest price. Literally for the lowest price and the biggest upgrade that you can make, the SSD is the biggest upgrade that you can make. Just taking like any computer and upgrading the hard drive to an SSD is such a freaking night and day experience. And NVMEs are even faster. Don't get me wrong. I know that NVMEs are faster. I'm running 3 NVMEs, all right? I've got a really nice Samsung Evo model for my main OS drive, and I've got some other like cheaper ones that are much larger. But like if you don't have your OS on an actual SSD at the very least, if you're still running on a platter drive, you're I mean, still run platter drives. I'm not telling you guys not to use platter drives. Platter drives are great. Use them for storage. They're cheap. They're effective storage. You can get like 4 terabyte drives for next to nothing. But you can also get a really nice solid state for next to nothing. Like solid states have dropped in price like incredibly over the past couple of years. If I pull up Amazon right now, just as a curiosity, let me just type in, I don't know, like 500 gigabyte SSD, which is a pretty solid size for an OS drive if you just want to use it for OS. Looks like you can pick up a Samsung Evo 870 500 gigabyte for $59.99. That's top line. That's the top of the line SSD. Samsung Evos are the high dollar ones. And you can get a cheapy 500 gigabyte, like a Crucial, for $44.99. And that's a 500 gig. You can get away with 256 for your OS drive. I've done that plenty of times. You just got to be a little bit careful about what you store on your OS drive. But like a 256 for your OS drive is actually enough. It's enough. I wouldn't go any lower than 256, though. Any lower than 256, you're asking for trouble. You're asking for trouble. But the 256s, I'm sure, are even cheaper. If a 500 Samsung Evo costs $60, then the 250s are probably like $30. Again, we're back to the $30 number. So for a total of $60, for those of you at home who are keeping track, you can upgrade your system from a hard drive to a solid state and upgrade your crappy video card to a 760 or a 1050 Ti for $60 total. $240 gigabyte for $17.99. Well, NVMe is a little different because if you don't have an NVMe slot, they may not actually have an NVMe slot. So if you don't have an NVMe slot, you can't upgrade to an NVMe. But anybody with a SATA port, as long as your computer is newer than like 2006. Because I think I remember, like, I had a little bit of trouble with, like, 2006 and back computers with solid states. Anything newer than, like, 2007, usually no issue. As long as your computer's, like, newer than 2007, like, usually you don't have any issue installing a SATA solid-state hard drive. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, it's getting pretty close. We got 20 minutes until the event. Let me see if I can pull up Diablo's YouTube page and see if they have their live stream running yet. Diablo. They do have it up. It begins in 15 minutes, according to the timer. So let me actually see if I can get this positioned and situated before we get started here so that we're ready to watch. And I'm going to mute this. Bink. And then live. Bink. Bink. That way we can pull this up as soon as the stream starts. Perfect. See? See? Perfect. Look at that. Perfect. Now let's have some fun. Let's have a little bit of fun, doot doot. Have a little bit of fun. Have a little bit of fun, doot doot. Have a little bit of fun, doot doot. That's right. Some fun. Gonna have a little bit of fun. That's fun. Yeah, yeah. Gonna have a little bit of fun. There you go. Now the stream is on there, right? But, haha. Haha! Now you can still see Diablo, though, so... God, they all, like, ran for the four winds of the earth. Like, y'all stick around for, like, 2 seconds to say hi. Maybe have some tea? Don't you want some tea? Sacred Globe, Smoked Sphere. Always check your orbs, especially this season. A lot of you guys may not know this, but what you're looking for specifically is enchant orbs. You're looking for a really good enchant orb. That's what you're looking for. Champion Dujanks. I don't like Liam. I don't like stem at all. I do not say I am. I do not green eggs and ham. Good day. All right, so what you're looking for with these is you're looking for +3 to fire skills and +3 enchant. With the rare ones, it's +2 fire skills and +2 sorceress with +3 enchant. The reason why you're looking for those is because the enchant sorceresses need them for pre-buff. If you do manage to find a nice blue orb that has +3 fire skills and +3 enchant, you've got a +6 enchant orb, which paired up with a spirit shield will give you +8 enchant for pre-buff, which is absolutely amazing. And all those really nice enchant sorceresses that are running around right now with the demon machine crossbows and the Kuko Kushakus and dishing out all that amazing AoE damage, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for the +6 enchant pre-buff orbs, which if you can find them, will actually fetch you a pretty penny. +6 enchant pre-buff orbs probably go for a lot on Tradery and JSP. Oh, what's up, Mold Fist? Haze White the Sharp. Warfist. It's ethereal. Rune Scepter, that's worth selling if it's got skills on it.
I can't.
Also got a glowing orb. Let's grab that, check it for the enchant orb that we're looking for. Did the update happen already? No, it's on the screen, Mommy's Regret. You can see the timer, see it? 9 minutes and 40 seconds, it's counting down. We are waiting, sir. Wait with us. Wait with us with honor. And in the waiting we shall gain. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. +2 Sork with no skills, unfortunately. It's worthless. You wonder why throw that Ethereal Claw on the ground? Because Ethereal Claws are worth absolutely nothing. Wasn't even worth my time to sell it. That's how little they were worth. Ethereal means 50% difference in price, and then the skill that was on there was a relatively low-level skill. And then on top of that, it's a claw, and claws already have like next to no value. So like without a good skill on there, it's not even worth selling. Like it probably would have gave me like 2,000 gold. I just dropped it on the ground. Why you running? Why you running? Why you running? What's up, council members? I hear you like getting kicked in the face. Oh, you over here? Yeah. Oh, what are you over here for? Why weren't you with your council, huh? See, maybe you could have saved their life. Maybe you could have saved it. Oh, you still one left. What's up, Torque? A Dole rune. You can keep that. Ugh. Oh god, dolls. Okay, they died pretty quickly. I got my little room. There we go. Lock chest, armor stand, more dolls. There's so many dolls down here. I don't like it when there's all dolls. Stash chest, more dolls. $17 million later. I haven't upgraded to Windows 11 yet. Does anybody like have an opinion on Windows 11? Like, is it all right? Like, my understanding with Windows 11 is that they just keep like getting more and more intrusive into your personal life, like forcing their Windows products on you. Basically, like with every update, it just seems to get a little bit more intrusive. I don't know. Intrusive. It's an 11. Isn't I kind of figured 11 was a little bit more intrusive than 10. Well, circlet and a class
Can't
door.
carry anymore.
Check that. See if we get any skills on there. Bunch of junk otherwise. Flawless. A little bit of money. Nothing too amazing there. I think this is the one that, yeah, it's right here. Oh god, the dolls. Get my weapon back. Broad axe. Ugh. Alright, we're almost there, guys. We got 4 minutes and 33 seconds left. Getting pretty close. Yeah, Doom on Blizzork is going to be pretty powerful with that negative res. Yeah, definitely. Especially, well, the immunes specifically. So, like...
Hello.
I mean, you should still be melting pretty much everything that's not an immune. 1 to Assassin, 5% mana leech with 34 mana. A little level 40 circlet. I'll drop it in one of the swappies. I mean, if anybody needs it, they can have it. running their low lobby assassins. Alright, we got enough time for one more trav run, and then we are going to switch to the stream, and I'm just going to pull that up so we're ready. What's up, Ishmael Vilehand?
I am overburdened.
Flawless Topaz. Oh no, I dropped my gloves. That's convenient. Level 1 and level 2 right next to each other. Hey, the timer went away. Alright, so let's hop out of here. We got what, 7 minutes left? Hmm. The new hustle rune word, de lunatic, has the fanaticism aura on it. That's what my merc's using. All right, you guys ready? Let's hit the like button. We're gonna get started in this. I'm gonna find somewhere cozy to sit because I think it's hilarious. Maybe I should put my hoodie on so I can be invisible like last time. That sounds like fun. I'm gonna go grab my hoodie real quick. That way I can be invisible. All right. You can get this on my merch shop, by the way, if you guys don't know. I have my Chinchillin with GG Mentor hoodies up there, t-shirts. I believe you can even get a hat. I need to get some sunglasses, though. That'd be cool. What's up, Woogie?
Sanctuary was never meant for humankind. It was forged as a refuge from the war between the high heavens and the burning hells. Instead, it became a new battleground in this eternal conflict. A secretive group called the Haradrim has kept mortals safe. But now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was, and Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind. This is the story of their downfall.
Hey guys, happy Tuesday. This is the second Diablo 4 developer livestream. My name is Adam Fletcher. I'm the community lead for the Diablo franchise, and I'm joined here by three wonderful guests. We have Meng Song, who is our lead system designer on Diablo 4. Of course, we got Art Peshkov, who is our lead world designer on Diablo 4. And everyone knows Joe Shelley, game director, Diablo 4. We're all here to talk about a lot of stuff actually today about Diablo 4. But I did want to throw out this fun fact because amongst these three gentlemen right here, we have 52 and a half years of experience here at Blizzard in terms of tenure, which is absolutely crazy. And I do want to ask, of course, for all of you guys, what is the first Blizzard title each of you worked on? I'll start with Mom.
I started working on Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne, making multiplayer maps.
That's crazy. I was in college playing Warcraft 3, so yeah. Joe, yourself?
I started on World of Warcraft Burning Crusade.
Burning Crusade over here.
The
Nice.
first thing I worked on was the Curator in Karazhan.
Nice. That was in the last season of Shadowlands and Mythic Plus. They brought back, I know, Karazhan and so forth. So, and then Art.
I started on World of Warcraft, the original. I was a QA analyst. I actually remember testing a bunch of Joe's balls.
So that just feels very recent compared to everything else. But yeah, we do have a lot of stuff. We have obviously amazing guests here today, and we have a lot of stuff to actually talk about. And so, I mean, what you guys actually did just see during the countdown right before the stream was our intro cinematic for Diablo 4. That was actually revealed during the IGN FanFest broadcast earlier this month. What's cool is that it was completely done in engine. And so, like, you as a player can now essentially have your character that you create in Diablo 4 appear in all the in-game cinematics, which is really, really cool and something kind of unique within the game.
That's right. Yeah, it's so we put so much more work into making the story immersive and.
Whatever camera they have that's cutting in for these side shots doesn't have any sound. It's very unfortunate. And every time they cut to this camera, the one that has the side shot, there's no sound at all. And it's very unprofessional for them to have a camera that has no sound for something that they set up like 3 days in advance. So literally we've got no audio right now because every time it cuts to this side camera, we can't hear anything that they're saying.
We asked our engineers to make sure that we could show our in-engine IDCs with really high quality, and also showing off the character that you've customized, because it's so important to be able to personalize your character.
And that's the really cool part about Diablo 4. This is kind of like the first Diablo game where you can really go into heavy customization. I mean, Diablo Immortal also had that as well, but Diablo 4's is like on a really crazy level as well. So it's going to be really cool to see everyone's characters in different cinematics and so forth as you're kind of playing through the game.
On YouTube, there's no audio.
So live stream, we are figuring out YouTube audio issues if people are watching on YouTube right now. If not, we're good. Okay, we're good. Live streams, guys. Now you know it's for sure live. We're live as we figure out technical issues. But we do have a pretty much a packed show to actually kind of go through today. We're going to be giving extra information about the beta and what players are actually going to be experiencing. There's a lot of information we haven't talked about regarding beta that we will be talking about today. Mong is actually going to go over some armor systems in Diablo 4. We have a lot of people that have been asking about system-specific details within Diablo 4, and armor is incredibly important. And so we've got a lot of numbers and graphs to talk about today regarding that. And then Art is going to talk about essentially a new feature for Diablo, which is the Stronghold system within Diablo 4. So a lot to talk about. One quick thing that we did want to call out really quickly, which is the Inaria statue, which is behind me, as I'm like trying to like
Hi guys,
showcase
I'm the
myself.
Inaria statue.
But the Inaria statue, this was announced earlier this month. And we ended up actually putting this up on the gear store. And what's cool about this statue is that it is actually shipping right now. So if you, unlike the Lilith statue, which I know took like a few months to actually ship when that was announced, this one is shipping immediately. So it's really cool looking. Thing is massive. Pairs really well with Lilith. You can have mom and dad there. It's great. You know, I've seen pictures on Reddit of people putting it like side by side. And, like some people already have the Inari statue and they have it like side by side on their TVs in their living room. So it's actually really cool to see.
Yeah.
But yeah, there should be a QR code I think up on the screen now. So if you do actually scan the QR code, it does take you to the gear store and to the page to check it out. But beta is a big topic. Beta's coming up, so we do want to actually talk a lot about beta itself. As you guys know, we did already announce the beta dates earlier this month. So for beta itself, it's actually going to be, we'll have an early access weekend and then we'll have an open beta weekend. So early access is going to be on March 17th. We'll start on March 17th. And we actually have times of when it's going to actually start that weekend. So we are planning on opening up servers at 9 a.m. Pacific on March 17th for early access. And it'll actually go through March 20th until noon Pacific time.
This guy is giving
so
Pez
it
Radar
kinda
the
gives
goo goo
you
eyes.
a little bit of a
Like he's
more of
staring
an,
way too hard.
opportunity beyond just the weekend because obviously
He is
time
he
zones
is just
exist.
staring
You know,
into
people
Pez
work on
Radar's soul.
Saturdays.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it gives you at least a little bit more flexibility, being able to try it out all throughout Friday and Saturday, and even into Monday, depending on where you actually live. The other really cool part about the first weekend of beta is that there will be 3 classes available for players to actually check out, and that is the Barbarian, the Rogue, and the Sorcerer. So players can actually jump into beta itself
No
during that
Druid.
first weekend
No Druid.
and try it out. Remember, early access beta is only available to those that actually pre-order. So if you haven't pre-ordered and want to jump in earlier, you most definitely can.
Yeah.
And then for open beta on March 24th through 26th, those will start at the same times as well. And that's at 9 a.m. Pacific and on the 24th, and then end on the 26th or on the 27th, shall I say, at noon. So it does go a little bit longer again. Time zones. So it gives a little bit more of a time for people to jump in. And a special thing about that second weekend is
Well, you'll get access to 2 additional classes. So you can play all 5 classes, which is important to us because the second weekend in particular, we want to get as many people as possible onto the servers. We want to stress test the game to make sure that all of our server infrastructure is in good shape for launch. And we want to get feedback on balance. So we want to have all the classes available so everyone can check out the balance, and we can make changes ahead of launch if there are problems.
exactly. So again, during the early access beta, you'll be able to play Barbarian, Rogue, and Sorcerer. And then during open beta, you can play Barbarian, Rogue, and Sorcerer, but you can also play the Necromancer and the Druid.
That's right.
So it's a good opportunity to kind of jump in and, as Joe mentioned, stress test the servers. Speaking of stress testing the servers and so we can get feedback and so forth before launch, there is another feature within beta that we're really excited to share about, which is world bosses.
Right.
We do have a world boss that will be active during beta, and there will be 4 different spawns on each Saturday of beta for players to kind of jump into and check out. And it's Ashava, who is people probably remember Ashava. Ashava is the first world
That's
boss,
the one
I
with the
believe,
giant
ended
red
up
spike in
revealing
his
back on
butthole.
BlizzCon 2019 and so forth.
One of our 3 world bosses.
Yeah, so players will be able to jump in. There's going to be 4 different times, like I mentioned, because, again, we want to make sure that players from all around the world can actually jump in during beta during these moments. And it gives an opportunity for people to kind of experience like a whole new thing within Diablo 4.
Yeah, Ashava is so cool. One of the really cool things about the world bosses is you can just show up there. There'll be other people for you to work together to defeat the boss. And these are huge bosses. The camera actually pulls out so you can get a better view of the battlefield. You can see other people fighting the world boss at the same time. They have huge attacks that affect a very large area of the world. And it's all seamless. You just show up there and there'll be people. You don't have to have a group or or organize anything in particular. You can just show up, fight a giant boss. It's super cool.
Yeah, and so world bosses up to 12 players can
That's right.
actually go against a world boss within Diablo 4, and I know it's recommended usually to be 20. The 25 is the max level within beta itself.
Yes. And Ashava's level 25.
There we go.
You're going to want to be close to that level because, if you're fighting a higher level boss or higher level monster, you're going to be less effective. And we're actually going to talk about that in a little bit when we talk about armor.
Perfect. That's a perfect opportunity for us to talk a little bit more about armor and so forth there. But yeah, the 4 different times and all the details and so forth and times that we just mentioned will actually be available on the beta blog that we do actually have up on Diablo4.com. So if people read that blog when we made the announcement about beta earlier this month, that blog will actually be updated after this stream with all those details. So make sure to check out and reference that blog for all the details and times and so forth that we kind of mentioned here.
That's right. And if you're trying to get early access, you can pre-order the game like right up until or even during the early access period, and you'll get access to it.
Awesome. That's
we
really
expect
good
to have
hear.
a turnaround time of minutes to the most. It should be an hour or so until you get access.
Cool. And then a really popular question that we've gotten from the community is min specs and recommended specs. And I do want to note, if you're playing on console, on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, or Xbox One or Xbox Series consoles, that is also available for beta. So players will be able to actually jump in during beta on those consoles. But for PC, we actually do have those min specs and those recommended specs that we can showcase here really quickly for everyone. I think a huge shout out to our engineers here because in Blizzard fashion, they've done a fantastic job at optimizing Diablo 4 for
660
that, as many
or
players as
R9
possible can actually,
280.
Enjoy this on PC.
Sounds like that $30
we're
760 is going to come in
continuing to optimize
handy.
right now, as you said, like every Blizzard
8
game, we wanna
gigabytes of
make sure as many
RAM.
people as possible can play it.
Yeah,
High
and I know
five,
we've gotten,
2500K.
Another big question regarding like PC specs.
Honestly,
and so forth, one of
those
them,
are pretty good min
revolves around, like,
specs.
ray
That's
tracing and
crazy
everything like that.
optimized.
That's
Very
right.
good.
Ray tracing will be coming after launch.
Yeah, so we'll have ray tracing available after launch for Diablo 4 specifically on that side. We'll have these min specs and these recommended specs also available on the beta blog after the broadcast here, but a lot of people will be able to jump in with their PCs or on consoles and actually play Diablo 4 during the beta. Preload is another big popular question that we've done. There will be a preload available for the beta for Diablo 4, and that will actually be coming about a week or so before the actual beta. And details on that will also be posted soon on the blog, so make sure to stay tuned to like Diablo social channels, and at the same time, just checking out the blog. We'll make sure to let people know when preload will be available, so you can be prepared and you can jump in right during the first minute of early access and so forth. And then another note about consoles is that you will be able to play co-op, couch co-op, on consoles,
Yes,
which
that's
is
right.
really cool. So if you're playing on PlayStation or on Xbox, you can have another person join you and play on and do couch co-op, which is really cool for Diablo 4 and for that Diablo experience itself. And one thing to note is that you just need access to the beta, and the second person will just both people need access to a Battle.net account of some sort to be able to experience couch co-op.
Each person will need a Battle.net account. That's
Exactly. You can create up to 10 characters per BNet account up for the beta, so you can actually experiment and try, like, if you want to go through the beginning again or something with like a whole new character or whatnot, you most definitely can.
It's a lot of. I don't know how anyone could really have to.
Maybe you're
You
indecisive.
could create 10 different characters, but there's so much content in the beta. It's a really sizable look at the
Yeah, and I know a lot of people ask about progress between early access and open beta, and like how that actually does carry over and so forth, or if it does carry over specifically from that end.
Yeah, so your progress will carry over from early access to open beta. So that'll give you more time to really get to level 25, time to fight Ashava if you didn't get access, if you didn't quite make it, and more time to fight go back and fight Ashava. You can check out all of our side quests, all of the rest of the content in Fracture Peaks. There's, like I said, it's one of our 5 zones, and it's just a huge area to explore with so much content in it that there's plenty of stuff to do. But of course, your progress is not going to carry over to the shipping game because we want everyone to start fresh.
Exactly. So yeah, progress carries over from early access to open beta, and then of course beta progress won't carry over to the final game itself. But one thing we did want to announce, at least today, is that we actually do have some beta incentives and rewards for players that actually do partake in the actual beta test. There's 3 different rewards that people can actually earn. 2 of them are specific titles that will carry over to the final game. And all these rewards actually do carry over to the final game. That's why it's so important for us to ensure that you guys have Battle.net accounts when you're actually playing through the game and so forth. But the first title is, the title itself is called Initial Casualty, which is earned when you reach Kyovashad within the game. And I'm sure people are like, what's Kyovashad?
Well, Kyovashad's the capital city of Fracture Peaks, which is the snowy, mountainous area of Sanctuary that the beta takes place in. And it's a big city. There's lots of stuff to do. It's not that far into the game. You'll play through the prologue, get accustomed to all of the mechanics and everything, start to get introduced to some of the characters, and then you'll arrive at Kyovashad. So it should be fairly straightforward to get this one.
Yeah, so people will be able to earn the initial casualty title within Diablo 4 by doing that. And then another title that they'll earn once they hit level 20 on at least just one character itself is an early Voyager title. So just get up to level 20 within the beta and you'll actually end up earning that title. And then last but not least, we actually have a really, I'm very excited about this one. It is a cosmetic reward that we are giving away to any player that does get that gets one character up to level 20, and it is a beta wolf pack. It's a cosmetic. It is quite possibly the most adorable thing in the whole entire world.
Oh, that's so cute.
It is a little wolf.
Hold on. We gotta pet the little doggy.
We
gotta pet the little doggy.
In itself, it's animated.
It's
it does move around.
Wolfie.
It's absolutely adorable. And
to pet him.
you be
Look
slaying
at him,
demons
he's
with the cutest
cute.
Little
He's
pup
very
behind you, which
cute.
is absolutely. I don't know. I'm
incredible,
super
yeah.
stoked about it.
Alright.
So,
It's super cute.
I gotta play
We're
this.
showing it
I
on
gotta
the
get the
Barbarian
Wolfie.
here, of course, but it's wearable by any class.
get the little Wolfie.
To level 20, which takes some time. It's going to take some effort, but you can get this little pup who will follow you on your travels.
So yeah, this will carry over to the final game, and it is for all classes. So you just need to get one character to level 20, and you'll get 1, the early Voyager title, and 2, you'll get the beta wolf pack. So,
I need the wolf.
Make sure
I need the
to
wolf.
jump into
I
beta.
need it.
And actually get a character to 20, so you can have your own wolf pack for launch itself. So there's a ton of that. I know we just gave out a ton of information about beta here today. Again, this will all be on our beta blog on Diablo4.com immediately after the stream. So make sure to check out all the details and the times and all the requirements, for instance, to get those titles and the beta wolf pack itself. Oh, and one last thing, I completely forgot. During beta, we actually have another live stream planned, and that is going to be on the 24th. It'll be the first day of open beta, but we're going to do a community play live stream, so it gives you guys an opportunity to actually play with the Blues, essentially, the employees here at Blizzard, some people from the dev team and the community team. Again, more details on that here coming really soon. So lots of information about beta. Glad we got to showcase and talk about it all here today. We're going to jump into the armor systems discussion here with Mong now. And I know that the community has been really asking, especially our hardcore fans of Diablo, have been asking more details about systems and so forth. So we actually do want to jump into a little bit of a deep dive into the armor systems within Diablo 4. So Mong, take us through it.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to talk about the armor system. So in Diablo 4, armor is the major way for player to mitigate incoming damage, especially physical damage. The major way for people to acquire armor is through the 5 armor slots. There are helm, chest, pants, boots, and gloves. And mostly for fantasy reason, we made armor, chest armor, and pants provide the most armor value, while boots and gloves provide the smallest amount of armor value. The armor value on an item is depends on the item's power. And in Diablo, we use the item power value to represent the power of the item.
Yeah,
And-
I don't think we've talked a lot about how item power works. Can you describe what it means for Diablo 4?
Yeah, so in Diablo 4, the item when they start dropping, it's based on the monster's power, and we need a value to represent how powerful this is. Like when you start getting
M
more
level,
challenging
A
content
level,
in the
I
later
level.
world tier, you'll see you'll get more and more powerful item, and we need something to evaluate that, then represent that power. So we use the item power to represent that power, and you can see that on the items tooltip. And if you like, you can compare the two items. If one item has a higher item power, that means that item most likely going to be more powerful than the lower item power item.
But not always, right?
Not
there
always.
might be specific affixes or things
Yep.
that are especially powerful for your build.
Yeah, exactly. And back to the armor value. The armor value actually directly tied to this item power on those armor items. It's actually scaling linearly with those item power. The higher the item power, the more armor value that item provides.
And that's so that we know that we have some baseline for how much damage mitigation the player has.
Exactly. Because of this, when you loot higher power items, you naturally gain higher amount of armor. And therefore, it's guaranteed you always have a certain amount of damage mitigation against physical damage.
And so, so armor works differently in Diablo 4 than it did in Diablo 3, right?
Yeah.
In particular for elemental resistances.
Yeah, exactly. Like in Diablo 4, this is kind of like a long story. Like we because of the mechanic, we made sure the item, the player have a certain amount of damage mitigation against the physical damage. But then we found out some monster they are doing non-physical damage, and that caused trouble for the player. Like for example, there's a dungeon boss only deal shadow damage, and that caused some serious balance problem for the encounter team, because for people who have a reasonable amount of shadow resistance, that boss is not that hard. But some people, like when they have 0 shadow resistance, the boss is almost unbeatable. Like they will always get one shot for this boss.
And players at low level, they might not have access to as much shadow resistance. They might not be as
Exactly.
familiar with the game.
Exactly. So to solve this problem,
looks pretty cool,
what
I'm not
we
gonna lie,
did
he looks
is
cool.
we made some changes to the armor system. So armor not only absorb or mitigate incoming physical damage, we also make it absorb a certain amount of non-physical damage. So how it works is like this: for whatever percentage the armor absorbs physical damage, it also absorbs half of that amount of non-physical damage. For example, your armor absorbs 60% physical damage, so your armor will also absorb 30% of all the non-physical damage.
So fire damage, shadow damage, and so on.
Exactly. And because of this, people now also gain some amount of, not a big amount, but some amount of mitigation against non-physical damage. So that shadow boss is still challenging for people with 0 shadow resistance, but it's in a much more controllable way.
And as players level up and they get access to higher world tiers, those world tiers actually have a penalty to your elemental resistances, right? So you're going to have to really make sure that you're keeping up on those resistances.
Yeah, exactly. when you get to higher war tier, we added more penalty for the player to make the higher war tier more challenging. And so you will have we put some 20% penalty from war tier 2 to war tier 3 for the resistance. So you gain 20% less resistance. And from war tier 3 to war tier 4, we put even higher penalty. It's 40%. So war tier 4 will be a lot more challenging than war tier 3.
But players have access, as they're getting up into those higher levels, they're also getting access to more sources of elemental resistance, right?
Yeah, exactly. We added the elemental resistance into various in-game system, like a skill tree, like item affixes, like a paragon system. You can acquire those resistance through more and more way. We actually
like that.
impose
That's pretty.
More and more
Very
ways
pretty shade of blue.
for you to be able to acquire armor and resistance at the end game.
So I think you brought some charts to show, like in more detail, how the mitigation works.
Sure. So we have talked about like all the basic of how armor works. I want to dive a little bit deeper into actually how armor affect players' gameplay experience from level to level.
Diminishing
the
returns.
first thing I want to talk about is at each level we have a expected armor value for player, and based on that we calculate what's the damage reduction player can get at each level, and we balance the monster damage above that. And from this chart you can see at the beginning based on the expected armor value you can only get a little above 10% damage reduction, but it goes up pretty fast. And at the late game, you can get like over 40% damage reduction from the armor value. It makes sense fantasy-wise because like think about it. At the beginning, you have only this light leather pants. It absorbs a very small amount of damage. But at a later level, you get this epic plate armor that absorbs a lot more. Because of this, like the damage reduction going up, player also that means that we need to make the monster deal more and more damage to mitigate this damage reduction for the player.
Sure.
And this is next. I'm going to talk about like how actually each unit armor absorb damage from level to level.
Yeah, because I think we have another graph here that goes through
Yes.
armor.
So you see, like it's opposite to how much damage reduction we expect for player to get from level to level. It's from lower to higher, but actually the damage reduction per armor is going down with level.
So per point of armor
Yes.
that I have, this is the chart that shows how much damage reduction that one single point of armor gives me
Yes.
at a given level. Okay.
And at the beginning, like you can see from this chart, like every 100 armor can absorb about 5% of damage reduction. But it goes down pretty fast early and slow down at the end. And at the end, you can see it like each 100 armor can only absorb 1% damage reduction. We make it work this way because we want to make sure that designer have room to add more armor bonus at the end game. We try to avoid the situation like at the beginning you get to a pretty good amount of armor, and then you totally forgot about this stuff. Like early on, we talked about we added like a resistance penalty to for player from war tier to war tier. That's actually for a very similar purpose. Because of this penalty, even though you have a pretty good resistance at the early game, you still need to look for more resistance at a late game.
And there are other ways that players can get damage reduction too, in addition to armor, right?
Yeah, exactly. Not only that they get this, that's kind of like happen at the late game. When the challenger starts, they need to find a lot of other way, like they can look for for Sorcerer class, they can look for energy shield. For Druid and Barbarian, they look for fortified power. And for Rogue class, they look for more dodge chance. So not only they build on the armor and resistance to mitigate the damage, at the late game, because the challenge becomes so tough, the world become the monster is so harsh, they need to find multiple ways to be able to survive in this harsh world. So far, I have been talking about like all of this is one player fighting the equal level monster. So next I'm gonna talk like what if you fight against a different level monster? If a monster higher than you or a monster lower than you. So this chart shows a player with 2,000 armor. What happened? How much damage reduction it actually absorb for that 2,000 armor when they fight against different level monster? And you can see like the higher the monster level is, the less damage reduction this 2,000 armor actually absorb. And you can see like at a lower level, they actually already like reached the damage reduction cap we set for armor, which is 85%. But when you like for 2,000 armor, usually the player can acquire this amount of armor around the level 30.
Right.
But if you see this level 30 character when they fight a level 100 monster, the 2,000 armor can actually only absorb 5% of the incoming damage, which is pretty minimum. So that means when a player, for them to challenge a higher level monster, not only the monster deal more damage, they also penetrate more of your armor.
So I'm going to need more armor as I level up.
Yeah, yep. During level up campaign, like while you're doing campaign, or you do the open world content, it's not a big issue because most of the monsters scale with you. But when you do the end game content like a Nightmare Dungeon or Helltide, a lot of time you are forced to fight higher level monster, and in those cases, you will take like this built-in punishment to for the player. So you need to like find a way to mitigate that the more damage. Some people like they build up their offensive power. They try to finish the combat faster so that they can take less damage. While other people they find all the way like we said, going through Paragon system, skill tree, item affixes, and legendary power, using all the ways to mitigate that harsh punishment.
We also added damage mitigation to monsters in Diablo 4, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to talk about. So we used to not have a damage mitigation for monsters. So monster used to not have armor. So however amount the damage player deals, that's however amount of damage the monster gonna take. So it has an advantage. It's pretty straightforward. It's really easy to understand. But it also has a problem that is whenever we want to increase the monster's defense power, the only way we can do it is through increasing the monster's hit point. Like we say, from level 31, a monster from level 31 to 32, we want to increase their defense power, or the time to kill by 10%. That means level 32 monster gonna have 10% more hit point or life than the level 31 monster. If you do this from level 1 to level 100, and at the end it ends up with a super big number, like billions or even trillions. And for player to be able to kill this monster in a reasonable time, the player needs to deal like billions of damage. And in Diablo 4, we show this damage number as a floating combat text. We cannot hide it. And so because the number is so big, so long, it covers a big chunk of the screen.
Yeah, it's hard to understand too. Like
Yeah.
reading, combat in Diablo is really fast. You want to be able to quickly understand how much damage you're doing.
Yeah.
And we're trying to keep the numbers down.
Yeah, we try to solve this problem. Also, we get a lot of feedback from community. They also they also don't like this.
I know the community has talked a lot about like big damage numbers and so forth, and like Diablo 3, for instance, and so forth. So yeah.
Yeah, so therefore we decided to add this damage mitigation, or we call it monster armor. So at each level, monster actually absorb a certain percentage of players' damage. It's pretty low at the early level, and it goes up at a later level. Then in our playtest, it creates a different problem because this damage reduction going up pretty fast. Player actually deal less damage when they level up. That's not what we want.
I don't want to get weaker when I level up.
Yeah, exactly. So we have to take the damage reduction number for the monster so that it always scales slower compared to the damage increase. Damage increase for the player. So it's player's damage deal to the monster still increase from level to level, but now we have a pretty good way to control how fast it increases. And therefore we get the damage number at a very late game into a pretty reasonable space.
That's good.
That's
nice. Awesome. Well, I know we talked a lot about the armor systems here, and even just like the fact that like monsters themselves will have armor, which is new for Diablo in itself. But I do want to spend some time to talk a little bit about strongholds because we have Art here, who's our lead world designer. Art, I know, has been focusing on Strongholds and has a lot to talk about. Strongholds themselves is a brand new feature within Diablo 4.
Yeah, absolutely. So conceptually, Strongholds, they are places of importance to the world and the people of Sanctuary that have been overrun by evil. Pretty simple, right? So this way this ends up working in practice is as you're exploring and navigating the huge world of Diablo 4 in Sanctuary, there will be multiple Strongholds in each of our 5 zones for you to discover. And these are completely unique. So each stronghold is a unique location. They have different stories. They have different gameplay objectives, bosses. Even some of the rewards are unique to each specific stronghold. So much like our campaign, these are private experiences. They're just for you or you and your party if you choose to bring some friends. So once you've completed the stronghold, then the space becomes something that we refer to as a public space, where you then might encounter and interact with other players if you want.
That's cool. So, like, what type of spaces can strongholds themselves end up kind of like changing to after you end up encountering them and maybe like conquering them or going through them yourself?
Yeah, so that's like actually one of the things that I'm most excited to talk about the system is that when you conquer a stronghold, there's a lasting impact on the world, and we actually unlock a bunch of additional content for you to explore and engage with after the fact. But I think I want to talk about that a little bit later.
All right. I think we have footage as well for the strongholds that we can actually like kind of throw up here, and maybe we can explain like what players are kind of experiencing or like what they would experience when they're going through strongholds.
You brought a clip?
Yeah, I did. I found it.
Nice.
I found a clip on the floor.
Found a clip.
The stronghold you're looking at here, this is called Hope's Light. In the jagged shores of northern Scotland, there's this great lighthouse called Hope's Light, and its flame has been extinguished. The port town of Merwin nearby is particularly affected. It's the only port town in all of Scotland. They consider this a sacred place, and obviously the sailors of these perilous waters, they kind of rely on the lighthouse to navigate. So your kind of high-level objective is to just find a path through to the lighthouse and figure out what happened. As the player, when you arrive there, you notice the Drown have risen. The Drown are this brand new monster family in Diablo 4. They're these super mysterious creatures that kind of shamble up onto the shores from the depths of the sea. And they drag these like bells and mysterious idols with them. Nobody really knows like who they are or what they want. But one of the other things that we're super excited to kind of do with Strongholds is to try and showcase these monster families, kind of give you a glimpse into what they're about.
Yeah, because I know like back during BlizzCon, we actually, BlizzCon 2019, when we revealed Diablo 4, we actually did showcase the Drown for the first time. And then since then, I know we had a quarterly update blog that talked a little bit about monster families, where we even talked about like familiar Cavaliers, for instance, and so forth that were up there. But like, yeah, this is kind of like the first like updated look I think people are seeing of the Drowned here in a Stronghold, which is really cool to see.
Oh, legendary.
Yeah.
I never even knew what it was because I was playing with the UI off. So. But actually, that might be you know, going back to kind of strongholds at the system level, and you know, kind of like why
He didn't pick it
you, the
up?
player might care. So strongholds, they provide you
About
with
to
a
say.
lot of really awesome rewards. Obviously, you know, you slay a bunch of monsters, you kill a boss, you're going to get a bunch of XP and loot. Beyond that, strongholds also reward you with a high amount of renown. Renown is another new system in Diablo 4. And just to quickly summarize that, renown, it rewards you with engaging with various open world activities. You gain renown in each of the 5 regions of the game. And when you hit certain milestones of renown, you'll get rewards. You'll get really cool stuff like additional potion charges, skill points, even Paragon points at the later milestones. So yeah, but beyond all this, like strictly, you know, gold, XP, loot, renown, beyond all this strictly character progression stuff, I mentioned before, conquering a stronghold has a lasting impact on the world and unlocks a bunch of additional content. So when you've completed a stronghold, and you know, in some cases you've kind of you know, cleansed the evil as much as it can be in a world like Sanctuary, people feel safe enough to come back, and so you know, some strongholds will actually become towns after, you know, they'll have vendors, waypoints. Other strongholds might unlock a shortcut path to a different area, a waypoint, side quests. Many strongholds actually unlock dungeons. So, you know, if you are hunting for aspects in the Codex of Power, or you're engaging with the Whispers of the Dead or Nightmare Dungeons endgame systems, you're probably really going to want to discover these.
That's awesome. So yeah, like just like the last stream we had, we talked a little bit about Codex of Power. So and you know, obviously going through dungeons ends up unlocking or finding new codexes. So yeah, actually completing strongholds will unlock new dungeons that will let you get more codex or more powers within your codex itself. So it kind of like opens up more and more, especially with strongholds itself. That's awesome, and the fact that it's a lasting impact on the world is pretty crazy. Can you see strongholds like on the map, like as you're kind of like traversing through Sanctuary? And
yeah, absolutely. Just so like any other area of the game, you know, it starts as kind of undiscovered space, and then once you've discovered it, they show up on the map. They have some iconography to let you know that, hey, there's a cool piece of content for you to go do here.
Nice. And players themselves will see tons of these all throughout, all of, like as Sanctuary that they can actually either maybe like do a little bit later or come back to and so forth from that side.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, there's multiple strongholds in every region, and one of the strongholds actually have a minimum level. So you might actually you know, discover one that you're just under leveled for. There's nothing stopping you from trying to take it on, but you're probably going to die.
Unless you're playing hardcore, and then you
then you make a new character because you died.
Yeah, exactly. That's when you question it a little bit. Yeah. So, and that's another question we get a lot is like, is hardcore going to be in Diablo 4? And yes, it will be. So that's when you would question the idea of wanting to try to conquer a stronghold at a lower level. So, but yeah, with the and a lot, again, this is just a brand new feature for Diablo 4 in itself. So it actually allows you to essentially just continue to add additional content to the game and change the world completely, because the fact that you can actually get new waypoints or you know, a whole new town that you can actually interact with new, you know, vendors and so forth from that side is also just completely like game changing from that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the new content that you unlock, it is also kind of like part of the renown system. So you complete a stronghold and you get you know, side quests and dungeons, and all these things also feed into the renown system. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. Kind of completing a stronghold is kind of like only half of the feature, right?
Yeah.
And the other half is all the additional stuff that gets unlocked afterwards.
That's very cool. Yeah, Strongholds is sounding awesome. I know, like, myself, I mean, I played the game. People will be able to play it really soon, but the perks of working at
You heard
Blizzard.
it here first. We play the game.
We play the game. The perks of working at Blizzard. But yeah, it most definitely is a cool feature, and I had Strongholds completely change like the whole entire map, and just having like even a waypoint closer to wherever you need to go for a dungeon is also really great to have. So. Of course, an art provided here, this footage here of a Barbarian kind of going through. And I know this Barbarian has got like some legendary type of gear and like some unique skills and so forth that are like kind of modified based off the gear. So trying to show off a little bit of a higher level Barbarian for people because the Barb's just a ton of fun to play.
Yeah, super fun.
Cool. Well, I know that we kind of went over a little bit about armor systems and the strongholds themselves. We do a lot of the feedback from the last stream is like people were hoping that we spend a little bit more time on Q&A, and we most definitely want to spend some time on Q&A. So we will kind of like jump into some questions. We're also going to take some questions from Twitch chat as well, because I know we have chat available, and we've been pulling some throughout the actual broadcasts themselves. So I know first question that we have, and this is kind of a popular question that we've gotten a lot from a lot of people because they want to hear more about some of the progression systems and the end game systems that are coming to Diablo 4. And I will say that I can guarantee you that we actually have a lot of progression and endgame items that we do want to talk about, and it's going to come shortly after beta. We actually even have a live stream that we are going to be planning after beta that we're going to be dedicating on those specific topics because there's a ton to kind of go over that. So you guys are going to see a ton of videos and a live stream and so forth dedicated to all those specific pieces, because it is probably one of the big things that everyone's asking about like, hey, how can I progress my character, or how can I continue playing, especially through the end game system. So expect that right after beta. It'll be shortly after beta. We're excited to share all that stuff with everyone from that end. Another question that we get is, is there a, let me see, do we have another question on the lower third? There we go. Is there a limit on the number of people you can see in the open world?
Oh, sure, yeah. So there is a limit of the number of people you'll see at any one time. And it adjusts dynamically depending on the kind of content you're doing, right? We want the exploration of the open world to feel like Diablo, to feel like a desolate place. If you're running around in this harsh world and you're being tasked to do things or you're trying to defeat evil, but there are 20 other people defeating the same evil at the same time, you really lose that sense of a Diablo experience, right? And so we've been very careful, and we've actually been tuning it throughout the development process, tuning exactly how many people you'll see when you're out exploring an open world area. Art was just talking about strongholds, and strongholds and dungeons are completely private experiences, so you'll only see people that you've invited to your party, or if you don't invite anyone, you won't see anyone, right? And then, of course, when you're in public spaces, or when a stronghold becomes a public space, you'll start to see other people there. But you won't see a whole lot of people in those areas because of that sense of exploration and experience there. Now, when you're doing content that benefits from having lots of people at once, like you're doing Ashava, you're doing World Boss
itself,
in the beta, or you're doing an event that the world has events that show up dynamically. If you're doing events like that, you might see more players congregate in that area. And then when you go to a town, that's where you're going to see the most other people. You're going to get to see everyone else's cool gear, and you can form parties and engage in various social activities with other players there. So our town hubs, if you think about Kyovashad and open beta, you'll see lots. It'll feel like a city. There are people running around, and then when you head out of the city into, the frozen wasteland, it'll feel like a frozen wasteland.
Nice, awesome, very cool. I know we have a few other questions here that I'm just gonna kind of spitfire out as I kind of see them. One quick question, I know people are asking if you can stream the beta. You most definitely can stream the beta. Even early access, there's no restrictions on that. So yes, you can stream the beta. You can watch your favorite streamer as they play through beta. That will all be available specifically from that. And there is a question regarding ultra-wide support regarding Diablo 4. I know we had talked about well, at least Joe and I have talked about this specifically, that it does, the game does support ultra wide for the game itself. It's I think it's like the super ultra wide or something. There might be like.
Yeah, we support up to 3:1.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the resolutions. I'm like, I don't.
So if you have an ultra wide monitor, you're gonna get to see more of the world. If you have one of the mega super ultra wides, you will see black bars on the side.
Awesome. And then PC controller support. Is there? Can you play on PC and use a controller?
Absolutely. That's the main way that I do it.
And fun fact is, it's a really great way.
I also know how to use a mouse.
Yeah. It's a great way of grabbing shots too if you're like using a camera
Yeah,
or something like that. It gives you a stable hand for sure. Let's see. Is open beta for anyone who may have purchased the base edition? Yes. If you pre-order at all, you get actually access to the early access beta, so you can actually even play the weekend beforehand. And then, of course, open beta is just open for everyone from that end. Is Diablo 4 going to have seasons like 3? So Diablo 4 will have seasons. We're actually going to have more information on the first season of Diablo 4 as we get closer to launch, specifically from on that end. I think we had talked about in the last stream that the first season of Diablo 4 will end up starting a little after launch. So the initial game will launch during like kind of a preseason or so from that end.
That's right. Yeah. We're going to talk a lot more about sort of the scope and breadth of seasons, how expansive they are, as we get a little bit closer here, and we'll be able to talk more specifically about what kinds of stuff are coming to season 1 and our plans to really expand that feature. But the key thing to know is that our ambition here is to make the seasons substantially meatier than we've seen in the past. Like, we really want this to be a live game that's changing with every season, introducing new gameplay elements, and it's something we're putting a lot of work and effort into developing.
There was a question about, because I know we had talked about this when Diablo 4 was originally announced about runes and rune words and so forth. Question about runes and rune words, are they going to be available in Diablo 4 like right at launch, or is there any plans in the future and so forth in that sense?
Yeah, so this is one of the really interesting things about developing developing the game and showing it off. Like we've tried, as we've developed the game, to talk about everything that we're doing as much as possible. And one effect of that is that because the game is in development, we're experimenting with things, and if you look at some of the shots of the skill tree that we've showed, it's changed dramatically. As we've looked at player feedback from showing it off. That's the great thing about showing stuff off, is we can get feedback from players and make adjustments, right? And that also means that sometimes we'll announce features like rune words, and we'll realize that, like, this needs more time to get right. And we know, especially with something like rune words, that it's something that players, because it's an existing concept in Diablo, right? Like, if we made up a name and said, oh, here's this new system, and it's super cool, and here's what it does, great, no problem. But if we say, oh, here's this new system, and it's rune words, and players say, well, I remember what rune words were, and this is not rune words, then we need to make sure that we're fulfilling the player expectations.
Damn straight.
And so that's something that we plan to
Bet get it right.
Cool, awesome. In the game, are there like achievements and so forth for players to potentially like earn or whatnot? I guess it's almost kind of like we kind of most definitely have some sort of way of being able to track like specific goals or whatnot within the game.
Oh yeah, of course. So there are achievements. There are also a number of challenges that you can do. There are class-based challenges. There are challenges that are associated with particular content. All kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, and some of those challenges unlock even like things like what we talked about even during beta, where just getting to like Kiova shot, for instance, ended up unlocking like a title or whatnot. So
a title, and when you get to level 20, you get that beta wolf pack.
Exactly.
With the wolf pup.
Exactly. I know there's a question about like WASD movement. I say it WASD. Some people call it WASD keyboard movement on Diablo 4. People are asking if potentially there was that within D4.
Yeah, so we've tried to extend the. So we don't support WASD movement at launch. Let me be clear on that. But what we have tried to do is really expand the way that you can customize the way you're playing, both for accessibility reasons and also because people just have lots of different ways they want to play Diablo. And we recognize that some folks want to play WASD movement, and it's something we'll continue to look into. But if you look at Diablo 4 compared to previous titles, you can do a lot more customization of like what's on your left mouse button. You can. Our engineers have put a lot of work into like even things like, do I want to like if I bind something else to my left mouse button, am I going to like click to move forward, or can I move those bindings around? So you have a lot of control over which skills are in which slots and how you want to interact with the game, and of course with the controller as well.
And I know like this kind of like segues into another question I just saw, I'm going to call out names. RRMXX in Twitch ended up calling out. That's why I'm not calling out names. I'm going to butcher everyone's name. But they were asking about like accessibility options within Diablo 4. And I know we have a team that is like our UI and UX teams have been like super dedicated on making sure that we can hit as many audiences as possible with D4. And we actually are planning on going into like a detailed like summary of all the accessibility options that are going to be incorporated into D4, so that obviously more players can enjoy and take part in the world of Sanctuary. So it's actually really cool. So we'll be going into more details on that. Party size. A lot of people are asking like how big are parties within D4 specifically?
4 players.
4 players. There you go. Easy going. Let's see. I know we haven't gone into like details about like skins in store. We will before launch, but so we'll get back to like purchase skins and being available on all characters and stuff. We'll have a whole detailed list on that. And then this is a fun question for you guys. What are your favorite classes, and would you guys plan on maining during launch? Each of you, I guess.
All right, I'll start. I usually say rogue. That's mostly because I think we did such an incredible job in fulfilling the fantasy of having like a hybrid melee ranged class, where I can take like skills that are ranged skills and skills that are melee skills and really use them seamlessly between. That's actually something that we got when we developed the Barbarian. We knew we wanted to have this weapon master that's wielding just lots and lots of different weapons. And so we developed the arsenal system for the Barbarian. And a consequence of that development is that it solved this sort of problem we had with, like, well, do I have, if I'm a ranged class like a rogue that also, part of the fantasy is being a ranged class or a melee class or some mix, and do I have to, like, go into my inventory and switch to my melee weapons, and how does that work, right? So we were able to use some of that same tech to make it really a fun experience.
Nice.
What about you, Mo?
I'll mostly focus on playing. My first character will be a sorcerer because I have that fun memory, like farming Mephisto with
all those D2 memories.
Yeah, with my lightning static sorcerers. And also I play a lot of sorcerers also in Diablo 3. So I'm always like get like emotional with the fire code and the lightning kind of a fantasy of sorcerers.
For me, I think it's a tough choice between Rogue. Like Joe said, I really like the kind of like positional requirements and the fast movement pace of playing that character, or Druid. I really like the kind of the hybrid element. I've been having a lot of fun with like kind of hybrid werewolf caster builds, experimenting with them lately. So I think that might be what I'll go with on release.
Yeah, I think for me, Druid for sure. I've been playing. Druid was my. When the expansion for D2 came out, I just dropped every character and just only focused on Druid. I've always loved playing that type of class fantasy in any type of game, even like WoW, for instance, I always played Druid. But I will say Rogue is really good. Rogue has like if you want flashy, Rogue is most definitely super flashy. Like the idea that they even have skills where you can like literally throw your daggers into someone and then jump to them is like the most flashy thing in the world. So I'm going to end with one last question because I know we've been getting this a lot, and it's regarding trading within Diablo 4. And I think there's like nuances and so forth, but people are asking, is there trading in D4? Because obviously like D3 it was almost non-existent. So yeah, it's people are curious to know how that works in D4.
Yeah, we get this question a lot, and we're continuing to, trading in D4 is less restrictive than it is in D3, but it's by no means wide open trading. And we know that there are lots of players who enjoy the trading, like enjoy the game for the trading experience, and that those players would like to have as few restrictions on trading as possible. And so we want to support that to the extent that we can, but we also want to protect the core game loop of killing monsters to get loot, right? And so there are some restrictions on trading to further encourage the situation where the best way to get the most powerful loot is to kill monsters. That's sort of our overriding directive there. But when you think about all the stuff that we're doing that we plan to do with seasons and the game being a live service, we could certainly see opportunities for different trading rule sets in the future.
Cool. Awesome. And I'm going to answer this really quickly because everyone's like spamming it. Yes, there are treasure goblins in Diablo.
Oh.
People are like, are there goblins? Are there goblins? Yes, there are treasure
Yes.
goblins in Diablo 4. So thank you guys for joining us today on the Diablo 4 live stream. I will note this is actually the end of where we will be talking about some Diablo 4 stuff. We do have one last thing we do want to do. This is not related to Diablo 4, so I do want to just like set expectations here and so forth. But we actually do have some special guests, including this wonderful pie that's sitting behind me that I'm sure a lot of people are like, what's going on? I don't understand why a pie is here. But we do have some special guests today. And I do want to introduce 3 people here. First is the GM of the Diablo franchise. It's Rod Ferguson. He's actually joining us here. He's actually going to walk in slowly. We're actually going to start to shuffle around here because we're doing this live. So
Really? We're doing it live?
we are. So and look, I get to be a reporter while I do this, but and we also have 2 other guests here. We have Neil. Oh, sorry, no problem. Neil.
Hold the microphone closer to your face.
And Esme is also going to be walking in.
Well, she's excited to do this, by the way.
Little closer.
Little
closer.
So happy to do this.
But I do want to like at least let people know. We have a camera here. Look at this. We got like we're production company, everything.
Like you know what you're doing.
Exactly. So, Rod.
Jesus, that's aggressive mic placement.
Why are we here? What are we doing?
What are we doing? So basically, what we're doing is we're following up on a tradition. I like the wave, the hand, like look at that camera. One of the things that our team, the Diablo team, is a bi-coastal team. We have the team actually, we're kind of like a national, international team. But when you think about our 2 main offices, we have Albany and Irvine. And one of the things we've been doing as part of the culture of the team, as we've become this one big team, is like share traditions and things that we do in the culture. And the Albany office has a great tradition around Christmas, which is they take donations for Toys for Tots. And as people donate, they're able to offer up a leader to get pied in the face. And the person who puts the most money as the donation is the person who gets to deliver the pie. And we thought that was great when it's something we wanted to do as the full Diablo team and not just have it be in Albany. And so we did that. We raised a lot of money for Toys for Tots, which I'm excited about. And weirdly, shocking, I don't know how this came to be, I was voted the one who takes the pie. So surprise, it's me. Yeah.
Perfect. So we actually have Neil here.
He seems so excited. He's like, surprise, it's me! Yay!
I am a senior character technical artist.
And donator to Toys.
And donator, and the lucky person to do the deed.
Exactly. So
This is his last day on the job, by the way. So,
I've already packed my
things.
things.
yeah. I have to like trade mics here back and forth. Everyone's like But I know Neil is going to be pieing Rod in the face. And then we have Esme over here. Esme is the wonderful person that actually prepped the pie here. Esme, like, did you put, because this is Rod.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you went through a lot of thought about how much whipped cream there should
did.
be.
I
In
did.
fact, I think you actually have extra whipped cream just in
do.
case.
We want to
it's
make sure it's
perfect.
soft.
When you're talking, Pez Radar, you got to put the mic up to your mouth when you're talking,
Tell me the ratio
Pez.
of whipped
Okay,
cream
you
to
put it
milk.
up to their mouth when they're talking.
That was the
You
thing.
put it up to your mouth when you're talking, Pez. Come on,
So,
Pez.
Esme
Like, what's going on
for
here?
us, and we actually have, she actually brought an extra can of whipped cream, which we will be adding on top of the pie. So I think, Rod, this is a good opportunity for you to take your seat.
Why does it look? Why does it look like Dexter's Lab? Like, why doesn't we have like it's tarped up like we're about to go kill people? Like,
Yeah. I mean,
this
it's
isn't good.
Diablo.
It's true.
It's perfect.
You know, I've had this beard for like 28 years. This is probably the first day I've regretted having a beard for what's about to happen. I gotta say.
I will say I know the whole team, like the whole entire Diablo team is watching right now, and
They should be fixing bugs actually. Can we stop watching Diablo team, fix more bugs?
We've been hyping this up within the team, so we're actually really stoked to share it with the community as well. So, Rod, feel free to take your seat.
Take a seat.
Okay.
Why am I doing seated? I don't understand.
Yes, and then we'll have Neil. Or actually, let me put this stuff down over here. Give that over here, and we're gonna grab the pie.
This is all for charity. Thank you to everybody.
And then I think we have extra whipped cream somewhere, I believe.
That seems
I'm not
like-
sure.
That seems like an
Do we?
impressive amount.
Oh, well, maybe we don't. So it might actually hurt.
Just want to remind Neil that I have a large nose.
I'll try not to break any.
Neil,
Break my nose.
here you go. And then I'm gonna. Any last words, Ron?
Like, really? Any last words? Be gentle. I don't know. Like, he does.
We found the cream.
Someone else.
Esme can do it. But yes. Any last words?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's all for a good cause, and I'm really proud of the team for the money that they raised. And yeah, we're happy to share this tradition as part of the Diablo team with the community.
I think that's good. That's perfect.
Oh God! So Neil, you've enjoyed working on Diablo, and like,
I did, yeah. And I've already, said my piece with the rest of the team.
desk
and,
is packed. You're ready to go.
All right. Well,
No, I'm sure I'm gonna get to taste plenty of it.
well, we're gonna do a countdown really quickly. And we're gonna do a countdown really quickly, and I guess in 3. So goodbye, Diablo hoodie. I'm sorry.
I'm feeling like maybe I could narrow the taste.
All right. In 3, 2, 1. Oh! And he's just rubbing it in.
Blasted.
All right. Well, Rod, how was that?
It's refreshing. It's good for the pores. I just rub that. I don't know.
Now under my feet. Perfect.
How do you think, Neil?
That's terrible. Now I'm just gonna stand away from this. Well, thank you guys.
Join me in my
Thank you. Thank you guys very much. Really appreciate us sitting it everywhere. For you guys tuning in for the Diablo 4 developer live stream. Again, we have a lot of stuff all across Diablo. Diablo 3's new season actually kicked off this past week. D2 is on a new update as well as of a couple weeks ago with the new season kicked off on their end. Diablo Immortal's got a ton of updates. They just had a fishing to the game, which is really cool. And of course, Beta's coming up. Early access starts on March 17th. Make sure to check our Diablo blogs and all our social media.
Pre-order to get in early access, and you want to get to level 20 because you want that beta wolf.
Exactly. So thank you guys again. Thanks, Fraud. Thank you, Neil, and thanks to everyone on Team 3, Diablo Immortal team, our Diablo legacy teams, and so forth. And thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys next time. And stop.
All right, guys and gals. So Now the analysis time begins. We're gonna go talk about what they talked about. Obviously, I didn't want to just completely override them the entire time while they were talking, but I still interjected every now and then. There was some interesting tidbits of information. Talking about the armor system was kind of nice. I totally missed the beginning of this intro, by the way. So if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna watch the beginning of this intro again because I didn't get a chance to watch it because Woogie came in and was telling me she had a upset stomach, and I was trying to give her some advice on what to eat. So I didn't even get a chance to watch this. So give me just a second. I want to watch the beginning of this. I totally missed it.
Sanctuary was never meant for humankind. It was forged as a refuge from the war between the high heavens and the burning hells. Instead, it became a new battleground in this eternal conflict. A secretive group called the Haradrim has kept mortals safe. But now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was, and Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind. This is the story of their downfall.
When they showed this the first time, they didn't have any words. So they showed this the first time, but there was no words. That's what I missed. I missed the words
Of their downfall, and is a husk of what it was. And Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind.
Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned. Ancient creators. So they're talking about Lilith and Inarius. They're talking about Lilith and Inarius.
This is the story of their downfall.
Of their downfall. So Lilith and Inarius' downfall. Interesting. All right, so let's go through some of this stuff that they had on here. I'm kind of curious to cover some of this. So my boy over here, Meng Song, Meng Song's lesson over here was trying to teach us about the armor systems. His name is literally Meng Song, just like the item, Meng Song's lesson. So he showed us a couple charts, and in the charts we were talking about like the various things. Let me see if I can pull up some of these charts. Okay, then we got the beta. So they were talking about the beta, and they did say that, so early access beta is not going to include the Druid or the Necromancer. So no Druid and no Necromancer for those of you who signed up for the early access beta. It's just going to be the other classes. However, they did say that the Druid and the Necromancer would be in the open beta. So, you know, whatever. So, yeah. Just wanted to throw that out there. They did also say that progress was going to carry over from one beta to the other. So if you do level up your characters in the first beta, the early access beta, you will be able to use those characters in the open beta on the next weekend. Let's go to the first graphic here that they showed. Oh yeah, this is the world boss that they said was going to be available in the beta. They said he was going to spawn 4 times on Saturday. So 4 separate times on Saturday you can fight this guy if you want to fight him. I remember there was a picture of this guy and he had a big red spike sticking out of his anus, and I don't even know what the hell that was. You can't see his anus in this picture. Obviously, it's a bad angle. You know, if he's trying to show off his butt, it's a bad angle for that. But there was another picture in one of the previous streams where they showed this guy and he had this big giant red spike coming out of his butt, and it looked really painful, and I'm not really quite sure why that was there. It probably has something to do with how you kill him, I would assume. Because it seemed, you know how like sometimes you have that one thing in the game that just kind of like stands out from all the other things, like it's obvious that it's something different, right? Like, it was standing out from him. It was like a completely different color than him. It was like glowing, and it was obviously a spike that was sticking out of his butt. So, like, I don't know. I could probably find a picture of it, but I'm sure we'll find out during the beta what you got to do to kill him. Probably chop off his butt spike. I don't know, or maybe just like hit it with a hammer and shove it straight up there. Minimum specifications. So this is something I wanted to go over in detail. Actually, I'm kind of excited to this. So at the bottom here, before we get started on the rest, let me actually move this for just a second so you guys can read the bottom. Oh, never mind. It's because it's part of the video. It says Diablo 4 will attempt to run on hardware below minimum specifications, including hard drives, dual-core CPUs, and integrated GPUs. However, the game experience may be significantly diminished. So it's not saying that if you have this, you won't be able to run the game at all, but it's saying that you probably need at least this, otherwise you're going to have a bad experience. So i5 2500K or an AMD FX 8100, like, am I wrong in thinking that is just like a really low-end CPU? I used to have the i5 3570K. That was like one of my oldest systems, the i5 3570K. And let's verse that versus the i5 2500K. And we're looking at my 3570 is better than that one by 3%. So that was many generations ago. That's, I mean, we're talking about like a 4-core processor at 3.4 gigahertz. It's not the greatest CPU. I mean, it's a decent CPU like for like 10 years ago. Like about 10 years ago, that was, I think, when I got the i5 3570K. In fact, you know what? Let me just do a quick search because I'm pretty sure it was on Amazon, right? So let me see when I bought my i5 3570K, and let's get an idea of how old of a PC we're talking about. So Intel, and it's not even on the list, is it? Let's try i5. No. So I must not have purchased it on Amazon then. I must have purchased it somewhere else. That was a long time ago, though. Very long time ago. Like, I think most people, as long as you got like a semi-decent system, quad core or higher, like quad core or higher, you're probably going to be okay. 8 gigabytes of RAM is like bare minimum these days. Most people have 16 gigabytes of RAM, so I would definitely say that that's like well within the acceptable limits. If you're running lower than 8 gigabytes of RAM at this point, I don't know what's going on with you. You need to get some chips or something, or upgrade your whole system. I don't know. I can't even run my computer with less than 16 gigabytes of RAM these days. I actually cap out the majority of the time when I'm running a game and I'm running like anything else at the same time, Chrome tabs and all of this stuff, I hit like 14, 16, 15 gigs easy. If you guys don't believe me, let me just show you guys real quick. How about that? So I'm gonna bring this up on a window real quick just so you can see it. This is my task manager, and this is my current memory usage: 14.8 gigabytes out of 16.9 available because I have 32 gigs. I don't know how anybody could even run on 8 gigabytes or lower these days, because quite honestly, the systems like will just eat up memory like no tomorrow. They don't care. 8 gigabytes is pushing it. So like most systems should have 8 gigabytes these days. That's another plus. NVIDIA GTX 660 is a very old video card. And so is a R9 280. We were talking about this earlier. The GTX 760 and the 1050 Ti, which are basically the same card, cost about $30. You can pick up one of those for $30 right now, and that's one generation higher than the 660. So you're at a 760, which is one generation up, and it's a better card in general. So you should be able to play this with a $30 video card at minimum specifications. We're talking 720p. 30 FPS. They're very clearly stating right here 720p through 30 FPS. All right, so low graphic settings. I mean, this is obvious. Like if you're on the minimum side of things, you're going to be running on a lower graphical setting. DirectX version 12. Now, this is an issue, so if you guys are unaware of this, some games will not play if you don't have a video card that's capable of the DirectX that the game requires. So if Diablo 4 is requiring DirectX 12, then if you don't have a video card that's capable of DirectX 12, it might not work. I can't remember when DirectX 12 became like the thing. I'm trying to see here. So I'm pretty sure that the 10 series is capable of DirectX 12. Most of the older cards, 1060s, 1050s. What was the first DirectX 11 card? That's probably a good way to put it. So the 650, that was like the end of the DirectX 11. So that's why they're requiring the 660. So it makes sense now. So the reason why they're requiring the 660 as the minimum requirements is because the 660 is like the newest video card that supported DirectX 12. That's the reason why. So if your video card is not capable of DirectX 12, you might have some issues, is what it looks like. Not necessarily that your video card might not be powerful enough, but that your video card isn't capable of rendering it in the DirectX that the game is using. So keep that in mind. They said 45 gigabytes of available space with a solid state, so they are putting the solid state on the minimum requirements, which is a kind of a big thing. So if you guys are unaware of this, like most minimum requirements do not require solid state. They don't. They just, you know, they're like whatever. As long as you have enough space, you're fine. They're saying you need one. So minimum requirements at this point is the game installed on a solid state hard drive, which is honestly something that you should have already. That is another upgrade that you can do that is very cheap, very inexpensive. If you guys have not looked into solid state hard drives, they are really inexpensive to purchase, and quite honestly, like, they usually come with cloning tools so that you can clone your drive relatively easily. Honestly, even if you're not actually installing it as your OS drive, you can very easily just put the solid state in and install the game on it, and it will have a huge difference in the playtime, the loading of the textures, and all that other beautiful stuff. So, like, right now we're looking at two very minimal things that you can do that cost you about $60. So if you get a 760 or a 1050 Ti graphics card, that's $30, and you can get a solid state hard drive for $30. Those are two very simple upgrades that you can do to run Diablo 4. So then we go into the recommended specifications. So this one's interesting because they're not recommending 4K. I don't know why they're not recommending 4K. So this is for 1080p at medium graphic settings. So for 1080p at medium graphic settings, they are recommending 16 gigs of RAM, which is what I usually recommend gaming PCs have nowadays anyway, like bare minimum. They're recommending an i5 4670K. So I want to compare that to my CPU right now that I'm running. So let's do i5 4670K versus my Ryzen 3800X, which is what I currently have. Just kind of get an idea of what I'm looking at processor-wise. So my 3800X is about 28% faster than the 4670K. So I'm already in the better ballpark. Average score, it's about 65% faster. So their recommended requirements is lower than the 3000 series Ryzen chips. And if you guys want to take a look at that comparison real quick, here's the link to that comparison, so you guys can see the difference between the two chips. NVIDIA GeForce 970 for the recommended the recommended specifications, and the RX 370. So 970 is one tier higher because they skipped the 800 series. So the 760 is one tier below the 970. You got the 970 sitting up, and it's also one tier up. So the 760 that I was telling you guys to get for $30 is like the bare minimum of that series, and the 970 is the second highest in the series. So they go 960, 970, 980, and then they didn't change until to the 90s until they got like to the 2090s and stuff like that. That wasn't a thing; it didn't exist. So a 970 could play the game on recommended specifications just fine. Dark Hodo, yeah, a Ryzen 3600 should be probably about right around the same as an i5 4670K. You're probably a little faster, actually, than that. And then again, they have the DirectX version 12 in both requirements. So as you can see there, it's probably a direct requirement for the game. And then again, they got the solid state in there. Honestly, not bad for like medium specifications. They're saying medium graphics. I'm kind of interested to see what this is going to be in like ultra. You know, we'll have to test that out when the beta starts. I do have a pretty beefy graphics card. I got a 3090. And I'm running the 3800X, which isn't like the best CPU in the world, but it's definitely a hell of a lot better than an i5 4670K. So we'll have to play around with that. And we'll do some testing back and forth. We'll check out the FPS that I'm able to run with the game. I'll try and get it stream it in 4K and things like that, so you can see how it runs on the 3090. We'll definitely do quite a bit of testing there. I also have an older system that I'm willing to test this on too. We might hook that up and do a little bit of testing with it. I have a system that's running a GTX 1080. It has an older CPU. I don't think it's quite as good as a 4670K, but I think it's better than a 2500K. And we'll see how that one runs as well. What we can get out of it, what kind of graphics we can push. That way we can get like, two different representations, like the high-end system and like the middle-end system. I don't really have a bottom-tier system I can test it on. Maybe my brother can rig up like a bottom-tier system to test it on. Let's move forward though to the next thing in the do-jank here. So they were talking about the armor systems. I find the where he starts talking about the graphics. Oh yeah, the puppy. Oh my God, the puppy. Okay, the puppy was really cute. I'm gonna be honest with you. This
it is a little wolf.
This was really cute. Okay, I love this stuff in video games. Absolutely adore this stuff in video games. And not only that, but it's exclusive to the beta. So they said that this is exclusive to the beta, and basically you've got to play the beta to get this, and they're not going to give it out later. So for those of you who want this, you've got to play the beta. Like, that's pretty much what it said. I want to listen real quick, and he said, what was the achievement you had to do?
Wearable by any class, so...
Hold on a second.
Quite possibly the most adorable thing in the whole entire world. But it is a little wolf like pack that you can actually carry around within the game. In itself, it's animated, does move around. It's absolutely adorable. I mean, you can be slaying demons with the cutest little pup behind you, which is absolutely... I don't know. I'm super stoked about it. So,
it's super cute. We're showing it on the Barbarian here, of course, but it's wearable by any class.
20 on at least just one character itself. The initial casualty title within Diablo 4 by doing that. And then another title that they'll earn once they hit level 20 on at least just one character itself is an early Voyager title. So just get up to level 20 within the beta and you'll actually end up earning that title. And then last but not least, we actually have a really, I'm very excited about this one. It is a cosmetic reward that we are giving away to any player that does get that gets one character up to level 20.
So any character up to level 20, that's all you got to do. Play the beta, get a character level 20. You get a cute-ass little wolf carry around on your back. Hell freaking yeah. All right, so he also said titles. I thought titles were really cool. I don't know if you guys ever played Lord of the Rings Online, but in Lord of the Rings Online, there were tons of titles that you can get. Like when you beat the latest raid boss, like there'd be some title that you could get for beating the raid boss, and you could sport the title around above your head, and everybody would know that you beat the raid boss, and they'd be all jealous and everything, because it'd be like, oh man, he killed the new raid boss already. Look, he's already got the title. You freaking douche got the stupid title on his head, and then you contact him, be like, hey man, I see you got the title. How did you beat the raid boss? Like, how'd you get past phase 3? And be like, oh man, it's super easy to get past phase 3. All you gotta do is hide behind this one little pot. No, I'm just kidding. But like, I like titles. Titles are cool, especially beta titles and things like that, because it shows off that you're a beta tester, that you had some fun. A lot of them can be unique, and some of them, if you can't ever obtain them again, they can be very, very rare titles that you can show off to dominate over other players. Let's move on to the next one. So we've got the cute little wolf, and then they showed a cute little wolf on a female barbarian too, which is also very, very cute. I like the little gold antlers and everything, and like it's really cute. It's very cute. Hopefully he doesn't fall out of his little pack. Then we got the armor guy. So it was a little hard to understand him, but I kind of got the gist of what he was saying. And what he was saying is that as you increase your armor value, your mitigations also therefore increase. And as your mitigations increase, you get more and more difficult monsters. At one point, he specifically stated that the monster's damage was almost specifically calculated to how much mitigation you needed at the appropriate level that you were going to be at. So in other words, it's set up so that at level 20, you're going to need a certain amount of armor to survive. At level 30, you're going to need a certain level armor to survive. And at level 50, you're going to need a certain amount of armor to survive. He very clearly stated that the scaling of the monsters was going to go up and the damage that they outputted was going to go up, and you were going to need more mitigation to be able to survive. Here we have damage reduction from expected armor values. So basically, we've got player level down here at the bottom, and as you can see, around level 50, you're expected to have about 35% physical or damage reduction from your armor. If you don't have about 35% damage reduction from your armor at level 50, you're probably going to die. That's basically what he's saying. And as you can see here, when you get to around level 99, which probably has to do with the Paragon board and all that stuff, you're pretty much expected to be at around 40, 41%, 42% mitigation level. It's a pretty big rise here, but as you can see, as you level up, there's diminishing returns, so you probably can get less and less actual damage reduction. So it's going to be a little bit harder to get that damage reduction as you get higher in level, but you are going to be expected to have at least about that amount of damage reduction when you hit that level. So by the time you hit level cap, you've got to have about 42% damage reduction, otherwise you're probably going to get your butt kicked, which is basically what he's saying. And then we got some other charts here. We got this one, which was the DR contribution per armor point. So this is another diminishing returns calculator. So as you can see at at a low level, you're getting 0.045% damage reduction per armor point. And then as you level up, each armor point is giving you less and less damage reduction to a point of absurdity. So by the time you get to level 99, you're getting 0.017% per point of armor. So the armor is getting less and less effective as you level up, essentially, at the higher level you get, because the monsters are probably dishing out more and more damage. And he's a mathematician. That's what I got from everything he was saying. So they've got this all formulated out and calculated out to where you need this amount when you're at this level, you need this amount when you're at this level. If you're above that level, you're going to be more safe than other players. If you're below that level, monsters are going to be one-shotting you. He pretty much said at one point that there would be a boss that does shadow damage, and he was specifically saying that if you had 0% shadow resistance, you could not kill this boss. He's basically saying that if that boss touches you with one of the shadow moves and you have 0% shadow resistance, you're just wiped off the face of the planet. So the bosses are going to dish out damage based on how much resistance they expect you to have. So if you don't have the expected value, you're probably not going to be able to survive the attack. And then we went into armor damage reduction of armor equals 2000. Now this was kind of an interesting one because he went over level difference things, and I actually kind of want to listen to this again because I do remember there being some kind of crucial information in here. So let me just rewind this just a little bit, and I'm going to play this again.
It's opposite to how much damage reduction we expect for a player to get from level to level. It's from lower to higher, but actually the damage reduction per armor is going down with level.
So per point of armor
Yes.
that I have, this is the chart that shows how much damage reduction that one single point of armor gives me
Yes.
at a given level. Okay.
And at the beginning, you can see from this chart, every 100 armor can absorb about 5% of damage reduction. But it goes down pretty fast early and slow down at the end. And at the end, you can see it like each 100 armor can only absorb 1% damage reduction. We make it work this way because we want to make sure that designer have room to add more armor bonus at the end game. We try to avoid the situation like at the beginning you get to a pretty good amount of armor, then you totally forgot about this stuff. Late game, when the challenger starts, they need to find a lot of other way. Like they can look for, for Sorcerer class, they can look for energy shield. For Druid and Barbarian, they look for fortified power. And for Rogue class, they look for more dodge chance. So not only they build on the armor and resistance to mitigate the damage, at the late game, because the challenge becomes so tough, the world becomes, the monster is so harsh, they need to find multiple ways to be able to survive in this harsh world. So far, I have been talking about like all of this is one player fighting the equal level monster. So next I'm gonna talk like what if you fight against a different level monster? If a monster higher than you or a monster lower than you. So this chart shows a player with 2,000 armor. What happened? How much damage reduction it actually absorb for that 2,000 armor when they fight against different level monster? And you can see like the higher the monster level is, the less damage reduction this 2,000 armor actually absorb. And you can see like at a lower level, they actually already like reached the damage reduction cap we set for armor, which is 85%. But when you like, for 2,000 armor, usually the player can acquire this amount of armor around the level 30.
Right.
But if you see this level 30 character, when they fight a level 100 monster, the 2,000 armor can actually only absorb 5%.
So this is a pretty standard mechanic for most MMOs. He makes it kind of overly complicated, but basically what it is in the game, in most games, when you find a monster that's higher level than you, there are penalties. Like you don't get to just be a level 30 monster and hop into a level 50 dungeon. Like most games will throw some pretty hefty penalties at you for doing that kind of thing. Mischance penalties, damage penalties, damage mitigation penalties, things like that. And basically this is what he's saying. So if you fight a monster that's a higher level than you, your armor damage mitigation effectiveness goes down. So like if you had 2,000 armor at level 1 and you were fighting a level 1 monster, it would be 85% effective. But if you're a 2,000 armor character and you're fighting a monster that's level 61, now your armor is only 10% effective, and you're mitigating basically nothing. So this is just to prevent you from taking low-level characters into high-level dungeons and just essentially getting like your butt kicked. So you're going to get your butt kicked if you take your low-level character into a high-level dungeon. It probably still won't prevent people from doing it, but they'll do it anyway, and they'll probably die a lot, but they'll probably still get a ton of EXP too, because that's like time-honored tradition with Diablo, is taking low-level characters into high-level dungeons and getting them power leveled, right? I mean, they did show us some footage here. A lot of this was like stuff that we'd already seen, but there was some new footage that we had, and I'm gonna put that up to play it in the background here. So this is apparently some sort of stronghold.
What players are kind of...
And they got a barbarian. He's got the UI deliberately off, so we can't see any of the UI elements. But apparently this is like kind of like some place called Scotland, and he's clearing out a stronghold, which I'm assuming will turn into like a little city or something. I kind of like the idea of having these little cities and areas that you can go to, like the entire idea of like clearing out like destructed or corrupted places and then becoming actually usable places that you can go to is pretty cool. So like one of your friends will be like, why don't you just go to Scotland and upgrade your gear? And they're like, oh man, I haven't unlocked that yet. You want to come help me unlock the stronghold? And he's like, oh man, you haven't unlocked Scotland yet? You're an idiot. And then you both go out there and you finish up the stronghold quest or whatever. But like then you have access to the new city along with everybody else, which is pretty cool. What was they were talking about? They were talking about a bunch of things. This was a really long little bit right here. All right, then they went into the Q&A. So, will we learn more about Diablo 4's progression and endgame system? So we can probably listen to these again. It's not a big deal. And then I'm gonna pause them and comment on stuff. Let me rewind it just a tiny bit so that make sure we're before the question.
Questions from Twitch chat as well, because I know we have chat available and we've been pulling some throughout the actual broadcasts themselves. So I know first question that we have, and this is kind of a popular question that we've gotten a lot from a lot of people because they want to hear more about some of the progression systems and the end game systems that are coming to Diablo 4. And I will say that I can guarantee you that we actually have a lot of progression and endgame items that we do want to talk about, and it's going to come shortly after beta. We actually even have a live stream that we are going to be planning after beta that we're going to be dedicating on those specific topics because there's a ton to kind of go over that. So you guys are going to see a ton of videos and a live stream and so forth dedicated to all those specific pieces, because it is probably one of the big things that everyone's asking about like, hey, how can I progress my character, or how can I continue playing, especially through the end game system. So expect that right after beta. It'll be shortly after beta. We're excited to share all that stuff with everyone from that end.
So the beta that we're getting is only till level 25. So it's not end game. We're going to get to play with the characters. We're going to get to have fun with the system. We're going to get to put on gear. We're going to be little noobs, run around. Like, if you guys are familiar with the Diablo 2 Resurrected beta when it came out, we were stuck in Act 2. We couldn't go anywhere. So we couldn't leave Act 2. We could level all the way up till Act 2. I think we were at like level 30 or something like that by the time we finished. But like, you couldn't leave Act 2. You couldn't go to Act 3 or Act 4 or Act 5 or anything. You couldn't kill Bale. You couldn't do the Ubers. You couldn't do anything that was considered like end game. So the beta is not going to have any end game stuff in it. It's just going to be for us to try out the game. And then he pretty much basically said, like, after the beta, we're going to do a live stream where we're going to talk about all the end game stuff. So they're not letting us actually see it. They're saving it for the live stream, right?
Another question that we get is, is there a, let me see, do we have another question on the lower third? There we go. Is there a limit on the number of people you can see in the open world?
Oh, sure, yeah. So there is a limit on the number of people you'll see at any one time. And it adjusts dynamically depending on the kind of content you're doing, right? We want the exploration of the open world to feel like Diablo, to feel like a desolate place. If you're running around in this harsh world and you're being tasked to do things or you're trying to defeat evil, but there are 20 other people defeating the same evil at the same time, you really lose that sense of a Diablo experience, right? And so we've been very careful, and we've actually been tuning it through.
So a quick thing about that, because I kind of want to comment on that. Diablo 2 approaches that in a completely different way. Only one evil exists. So you can't have 20 people defeating the same evil in the same zone. So that's an MMO thing. MMOs are the games that do that, where you have like a quest and you got to do the quest, and everybody goes to the quest location, clicks on the person, and it spawns the monster, and then there's like 10 or 20 people all fighting the same monster in the same place. That's an MMO thing. Diablo 2 approaches it completely differently, which is where this quest can only be completed once in this game. You can only fight one evil. So if there's 20 people or 60 people or 1,000 people, it doesn't matter. If they're all in the same game, there's only one evil to kill. So you all kill that evil. And that in that way, they prevent this entirely. See, this is a problem that's because of the fact that they're going with almost an MMO style generation. So to cover up the fact that they're going with this MMO style of a game, they're going to prevent you from seeing the other players so that you don't see the 20 other people fighting the same monster in the same place, which is kind of silly in my opinion. If you have two options, which is seeing all the other people and not seeing all the other people, I feel like I'd rather see all the other people and we can fight together against the evil, just make the evil stronger. But instead they opted to make us feel alone, which is bad in my opinion, because that's one of the main issues that Diablo 3 had, was that a lot of the times when you played Diablo 3, you just felt alone. And it had to do with the low player count, only 4 players allowed in the game. You couldn't trade. Like, there were tons of issues with Diablo 4, but the end result ended up being, well, you just kind of felt like you were playing by yourself.
Throughout the development process, tuning exactly how many people you'll see when you're out exploring an open world area. You know, Art was just talking about strongholds, and strongholds and dungeons are completely private experiences, so you'll only see people that you've invited to your party, or if you don't invite anyone, you won't see anyone, right? And then, of course, when you're in public spaces, or when a stronghold.
Okay, I kind of want to like attack that for a minute. So let me go back just a little bit here, because I want to talk about this statement that he just said, because the statement that he just said is contradictory. Let me see if I can.
When you're in public spaces, or when a stronghold becomes a public space, you'll start to see other people there, but you won't see a whole lot of people in those areas because of that sense of exploration and experience there. Now, when you're doing content that benefits from having lots of people at once, like you're doing Ashava, you're doing World Boss
itself,
in the beta, or when you're in public spaces, completely private experiences, so you'll only see people that you've invited to your party.
So you'll only see people that you've invited to your party.
Or if you don't invite anyone, you won't see anyone.
And if you don't invite anybody, you won't see anyone. I need to touch on this and why this is an issue, okay? And this is a very big issue, because I've experienced this in other games before. Granted, if you have a whole bunch of people on your friends list to invite, then that's another story, right? But how do you invite people who are on the same quest if you can't see them? If we're all in the same exact zone, and let's say we're on our way to kill the Hollow Knight world boss or whatever, like, you know, or I'm doing a quest at, you know, not world boss, because he said world bosses are different. So let's say I'm on my way to kill the Hollow Knight boss, right? It's a quest, and there's 30 other people that are doing this same exact quest. What he's basically said is that I can't see any of those 30 other people. Okay, so how do I invite anyone else to come with me to do this quest if I can't see them? So they've got to already be on my friends list, and I have to invite them to my friends list before I can see them in the world, which means that it's going to be very difficult for you to actually, you know, make random friends throughout the game. Like, you know, I don't know how many times I've been playing a game where I'll be running along and I'm trying to kill the guy, like, stab him right in the head. You know, like, and I die, or I need a little bit of help, and there's a couple other people doing the same quest nearby, and I'm like, hey, you want to group up and see if we can take on this boss together, you know? And we temporarily form a group to take on the boss, and we start stabbing him in the head, and, you know, eventually we kill him, right? But basically what he's saying is you're not going to be able to see anyone else who's on this quest, and unless you invite them to your group, and you don't know they're there because you don't actually see them to invite them, which is a problem. It's a very big, stupid issue.
Right. And then, of course, when you're in public spaces, or when a stronghold becomes a public space, you'll start to see other people there.
So you'll be able to see people in town, is basically what he's saying. So a stronghold is basically town. So what he's saying is if you're sitting in town and another person is sitting in town, you'll be able to see that person sitting in town, but you're not going to see that person out in the open when you're actually doing a quest.
But you won't see a whole lot of people in those areas because of that sense of exploration and experience there. Now, when you're doing content that benefits from having lots of people at once, like you're doing Ashava, you're doing World Boss
itself,
in the beta, or you're doing, you know, an event that you know, the world has events that show up dynamically. If you're doing events like that, you might see more players congregate in that area. And then when you go to a town, that's where you're going to see the most other people. You're going to get to see everyone else's cool gear, and you can form parties and, like, you know, engage in various social activities with other players there. So our town hubs, you know, if you think about Kyovashad and the open beta, you'll see lots. It'll feel like a city. There are people running around, and then when you head out of the city into, you know, the frozen wasteland, it'll feel like a frozen wasteland.
Nice, awesome. Very cool. I know we have a few other questions here that I'm just going to, like, kind of spitfire out as I kind of see them. One quick question. I know people are asking if you can stream the beta. You most definitely can stream the beta. Even early access, there's no restrictions on that. So yes, you can stream the beta. You can watch your favorite streamer as they play through beta. That will all be available specifically from that. And there is a question regarding ultra-wide support regarding Diablo 4. I know we had talked about, well, at least Joe and I have talked about this specifically, that it does, the game does support ultra-wide for the game itself. It's I think it's like the super ultra wide or something. There might be like.
Yeah, we support up to 3:1.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the resolutions. I'm like, I don't.
So if you have an ultra wide monitor, you're gonna get to see more of the world. If you have one of the mega super ultra wides, you will see black bars on the side.
Awesome.
So this is a pretty big one here, I think, for ultra wide users. We had this issue in Diablo 2 Resurrected. And there was a real reason why the ultra wide was not allowed. And they basically said that it messed with the AI of the monsters, that once the monsters were aggroed from more than a certain distance away, it caused problems with the way that the game handled things. And basically that the Diablo 2 Resurrected was just kind of too old to be able to handle the ultra wide monitors. All right. So, excuse accepted. All right, if it breaks the game and it's not fixable because the game's too old to to deal with ultra wide technology, then that's fine, right? But in this situation, we have Diablo 4, which is a brand new game, which again does not have the same issue as Diablo 2 Resurrected with its, engine issues, right? So Diablo 2 Resurrected had AI and engine issues, which is what caused them to put the black bars on there. And although the ultra wide users didn't like it, they had to accept it because it was a game engine limitation, right? Diablo 4 does not have the same game engine limitation. There's absolutely no way. So this is a deliberate choice to put those black bars on the edges. For what reason, I don't know. And I guarantee you the ultra wide users are going to riot. They're not going to be very happy about that. It does give you an advantage, absolutely, Sway.
And then PC controller support. Is there? Can you play on PC and use a controller?
Absolutely. That's the main way that I do it.
So you know why that question was actually pertinent? Because Diablo 3 did not have, and I don't even think still doesn't have controller support on PC, which is the weirdest freaking thing in the world. I remember I tried to use a controller on the PC version of Diablo 3 because everybody said it was so good, and I was like, I can't freaking use it. Like, why is it not working? Diablo 3 did not have controller support for the PC at launch, and I don't even know if it still doesn't have it. But like, it was really weird, and that's why they actually have that question, because Diablo 3 didn't have it at all. You could play with the controller on like the PlayStation or the Xbox, but you couldn't play with the controller on the PC, which was really strange.
And fun fact is, it's a really great way.
I also know how to use a mouse.
Yeah, it's a great way of grabbing shots too. If you're like using a camera
Yeah,
or something like that, it gives you a stable hand for sure. Let's see, is open beta for anyone who may have purchased the base edition? Yes, if you pre-order at all, you get actually access to the early access beta, so you can actually even play the weekend beforehand. And then, of course, open beta is just open for everyone from that end. Is Diablo 4 going to have seasons like 3? So Diablo 4 will have seasons. We're actually going to have more information on the first season.
So I'm a little curious about how this is going to work. I'm over here messing with my mustache all the time. So hear me out on this. Have you guys ever played an MMO? Any of you guys, raise your hand. I don't care in chat. Just go ahead and just raise your hand and be like, I played an MMO before. Because if you've played an MMO, you kind of know what I'm talking about. And Diablo 4 definitely has an MMO style feel to it. And seasons in an MMO are basically like a reset of your character, right? So like when you get a new expansion in an MMO, right? Every time you get a new expansion, what happens? All your gear is garbage. You're picking up blues off the ground that's better than your god tier raid armor that you got last season. Your weapon literally is so much garbage that you buy something from an NPC that's better than it. Like every time they do an expansion, they up the item levels and everything, and before you know it, everything that you've got on is crap, right? In Diablo 2, Or Diablo 3, a season is a reset. So your character gets basically deleted and moved to non-ladder, and then like you have to create a new character and start from scratch. And it seems a little weird because I'm kind of curious how the seasons are going to work in Diablo 3 or Diablo 4, because of the way that they have the game structured is more like an MMO than it is like a a Diablo game. Like it's kind of like more in the MMO side of things. And seasons in an MMO work differently than seasons in a Diablo game. Like, are they going to take away our entire character and just like poop them to the side and be like, okay, this is your non-season character? Or are we just going to end up with kind of like an MMO style season system, which is where they introduce new raids and new dungeons, and so everything that you have on is basically garbage at that point, and then you have to re-grind out your equipment, like with the new stuff. So if you want to bring your character up to spec, essentially, so that you can do the new raids and everything, you're going to have to grind out new equipment. I'm interested to learn how the seasons work, because the Diablo 4 definitely does have an MMO-esque vibe. And I think this will directly impact like how MMOE, how massive multiplayer online-y the game is. Like, is it going to be World of Warcraft style, or are we talking about Diablo 2 style? Or is it going to be some sort of like mishmash between? It should be interesting to find out what they have planned for the seasons.
Season of Diablo 4 as we get closer to launch, specifically from on that end. I think we had talked about in the last stream that the first season of Diablo 4 will end up starting a little after launch. So the initial game will launch during like kind of a preseason or so from that end.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to talk a lot more about sort of this.
So we're going to get preseason characters, which basically means what? Non-ladder characters or non-season characters. So everything we make at launch, everything you make at the launch of Diablo 4 is going to be like not really that important. Like, it's just going to be us testing things. It's going to be us having fun. It's going to be us testing, like stretching out the characters to see how far we can get them, finding out what our favorite builds are. So it looks like preseason is not going to be very serious. And then once we hit like the first season, that's where things are going to take off like a rocket ship.
The scope and breadth of seasons, how expansive they are, as we get a little bit closer here, and we'll be able to talk more specifically about what kinds of stuff are coming to season 1 and our plans to really expand that feature. But the key thing to know is that our ambition here is to make the seasons substantially meatier than we've seen in the past. Like, we really want this to be a live game that's changing with every season, introducing new gameplay elements, and it's something we're putting a lot of work and effort into developing.
There was a question about, because I know we had talked about this when Diablo 4 was originally announced, about runes and rune words and so forth. Question about runes and rune words, are they going to be available in Diablo 4 like right at launch, or is there any plans in the future and so forth from that side?
Yeah, so this is one of the really interesting things about developing developing the game and showing it off. Like, we've tried, as we've developed the game, to talk about everything that we're doing as much as possible. And one effect of that is that because the game is in development, we're experimenting with things, and
I hate this answer to this question because he's dodging. He's dodging the answer to the question. He was like, "Are rune words going to be in the game?" And he's like, "Interesting question, about that sort of thing. That, like if you wanted to put a system in a game that was in another game, you might want to try harder to make sure that the players don't think that system is the same system as the one that was in the previous game. So you kind of have to finagle it a little bit so they're not like, this isn't the system that was in Diablo 2. This is a different system entirely. Like, what are you doing? This is weird." He goes through this whole song and dance to basically say that he doesn't want to add rune words into the system, and then have Diablo 2 Resurrected players go, "That's not the rune word system," which is just really weird, and it comes off really odd.
where, if you look at some of the shots of the skill tree that we've showed, it's changed dramatically, as we've looked at player feedback from showing it off. That's the great thing about showing stuff off is we can get feedback from players and make adjustments, right? And that also means that sometimes we'll announce features like rune words, and we'll realize that, like, you know what, this needs more time to get right. And we know, especially with something like rune words, that it's something that players, because it's an existing concept in Diablo, right? Like if we made up a name and said, oh, here's this new system and it's super cool and here's what it does, great, no problem. But if we say, oh, here's this new system and it's rune words, and players say, well, I remember what rune words were, and this is not rune words, then, you know, we need to make sure that we're fulfilling the player expectations there. And so that's something that, you know, we plan to return to in the future.
Cool. Awesome. In the game, are there like achievements and so forth for players to potentially like earn or whatnot? I guess it's almost kind of like we kind of most definitely have some sort of way of being able to track like specific goals or whatnot within the game.
Oh yeah, of course. So yeah, there are achievements. There are also a number of challenges that you can do. There are class-based challenges. There are challenges that are associated with particular content. All kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, and some of those challenges unlock even like things like what you guys might, what we talked about even during beta, where just getting.
I'm not a big challenge like achievement guy. Never have been. I know there's people out there that absolutely love achievements, and they think achievements are like the greatest thing since God made butter. But like I just don't get it. I don't like them. I don't generally care that achievements are there. And in fact, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, 999,999 times out of 100,000, I really don't even want to see the achievements. I don't even want them to be on my screen. I don't want them to pop up. I don't want a little doojank to come up in the bottom right-hand corner and tell me that I slew my 1 millionth fallen. I don't care. Like, I really don't. And I don't know why they're so popular. I really just don't get it. It's one of those things that I just can't understand. Like, and not only that, but achievements have actually ruined things for me in video games where they pop up in the corner, like with a progress bar, and literally tell me what the ending is. I've literally had that happen too many times where literally a game will like pop up in the bottom right-hand corner and be like, you're 100 out of 200 toward the secret ending. And then you click on it and it literally tells you what the ending is. And you're like, way to just completely ruin the ending. Like I had no clue that was even coming, but thanks a lot.
Getting to like Kiova Shot, for instance, ended up unlocking like a title or whatnot. So
A title, and when you get to level 20, you get that Beta Wolf pack.
Exactly.
With the Wolf Pup.
Exactly. I know there's a question about like WASD movement. I say it WASD. Some people call it
WASD. Why is there a Y in there? We were joking on him earlier for this, but like, why is it WASD? Why isn't it just WASD? Why is it WASD? Like, what?
WASD keyboard movement on Diablo 4. People were asking if potentially there was that within D4.
Yeah, so we've tried to extend the. So we don't support WASD movement at launch. Let me.
I'm not really even unsure why, and this is even a question. Has anybody ever played a freaking Diablo game with WASD? Like, WASD is a first-person shooter thing. It's a third-person shooter thing. It's not a ARPG thing. I don't think I've ever played an ARPG with WASD before. Like, not even once. Anybody? Like, I'm kind of curious. Do any of you guys play ARPGs with WASD? Like, other than just maybe using them for hotkeys, like within the game. I don't know. It just seems silly to me. I'm a big WASD user myself, though. Like, I play tons of first-person shooters. Call of Duty. I mean, not Call of Duty. I don't want to play Call of Duty. Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike Source, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Half-Life, Half-Life 2, System Shock, all those games. WASD is, like, great for first-person shooters. Absolutely amazing. But I don't even touch them for ARPGs. It's weird that it's even a question. I like more of the hardcore achievements, like when you beat a specific challenge. I could see the achievements in hardcore being a pretty cool thing. I could see that. Because in hardcore, you're risking your life. Your character could die at any point. Like, I could see that. Like, that's pretty cool. And if you were to achieve a really hardcore achievement, like, I'd say that's a pretty cool badge of honor. But, like, that's like life or death situations, right? That's like completely different than your average achievement. You're talking about something that literally, if you die once, you're gone. And now you've beaten like the highest raid boss in the game on hardcore. So yeah, I could see that.
Be clear on that. But what we have tried to do is really.
I mean, let me clarify on my feelings on achievements. By the way, like, I do feel like achievements could be done well. Like, I do really feel like achievements could be done really well. But the problem is they're often not. They're more often than not. Like 95% of the time, the games just add in meaningless and stupid achievements all the damn time. Like, you've collected your 100th rock. Congratulations, 100 rocks. Wow, that is great. Like, some of them are I've played some games that have really good achievements. I have. But most of them are garbage. They're just most achievements that I've ever seen in video games have been absolute just garbage tier stuff.
Expand the way that you can customize the way you're playing, both for accessibility reasons and also because people just have lots of different ways they want to play Diablo. And we recognize that some folks want to play WASD movement, and it's something we'll continue to look into. But if you look at Diablo 4 compared to previous titles, you can do a lot more customization of like what's on your left mouse button. Our engineers have put a lot of work into like even things like, do I want to, like if I bind something else to my left mouse button, am I going to like click to move forward, or can I move those bindings around? So you have a lot of control over which skills are in which slots and how you want to interact with the game, and of course with the controller as well.
And I know like this kind of like segues into another question I just saw, I'm going to call out names. RRMXX in Twitch ended up calling out. That's why I'm not calling out name. I'm going to butcher everyone's name. But they were asking about like accessibility options within Diablo 4. And I know we have a team that is like our UI and UX teams have been like super dedicated on making sure that we can hit as many audiences as possible with D4. And we actually are planning on going into like a detailed like summary of all the accessibility options that are going to be incorporated into D4, so that obviously more players can enjoy and take part in the world of Sanctuary. So it's actually really cool. So we'll be going into more details on that. Party size. A lot of people are asking like how big are parties within D4 specifically?
4 players.
4 players. There you go.
Ugh. This is a terrible one. Yuck. 4 players. I don't know why they decided to go with 4 players. I really don't. I think this is a mistake. I think this is a very big mistake. Like, let me just say that like I've played a lot of MMOs. I've done lots of online games, and 4 players is like not even close to what most games do for online games. Earlier I made a comment about like different varying game sizes. So Lord of the Rings Online was 6. It was a 6-player party. Final Fantasy 14, which is an MMO that recently, it's a popular one in recent times. 8 players for Final Fantasy 14 for a party size. WoW is even 5. World of Warcraft is 5 players. 4 players just seems highly restrictive. Diablo 2 is 8 players. So even in Diablo 2, you still can have 8 players in the game at any given time. And I don't like the 4-player restriction. I don't. It's stupid. Diablo 4 had that 4-player restriction, and Diablo 3 had the 4-player restriction, and it was terrible. I hated being restricted to 4 players. You would often have more than 3 friends that you wanted to play with. Like, if you think about it from that perspective, think about it from a different perspective than, okay, the groups are 4 players, right? Well, no, they're not 4 players. They're 3 players plus you, which means that at any given time, you can only have 3 of your friends along with you for any kind of journey. And it's terrible with an 8-player party, you're looking at 7 friends, right? Or with a 6-man party, you're looking at, 5 extra people coming with you on this journey. But with a 4-man group, you're only looking at 3 additional players with you. 3 other people can come with you on a journey at any given time. It's very restrictive. It's very restrictive, and I don't really like it. I'm assuming that there's going to be some bigger groups for raids. I mean, especially when you're fighting the world boss, I'm assuming that there's going to be maybe something going on there where you have more than 4 people on the screen at any given time. But it does seem really odd that they have these restrictions in a game from, what are we in 2023 now? Why are we on 4-player restrictions in 2023? What is going on with this game that is so absolutely insane that the servers can't handle more than 4 players at any given time? It just seems really weird for a 4-player restriction. I don't like it. I don't like it. I feel like they need to go with at least 6 or 8. 6 or 8, like, bare minimum. Out of a game from 2023, I expected bigger groups than 8. I expected Diablo 2 to be the lower number. I expected us to get higher than this. I don't know. I mean, it definitely seems like the screen's not going to get as cluttered as Diablo 3. I know a lot of you guys in the chat are talking about, like, screen clutter as an issue, but, I mean, Diablo 3 did have screen clutter issues. It also had hardware issues. But our hardware has developed immensely since Diablo 3. I mean, your average system from Diablo 3 was, like, I don't even know. Like, maybe... I'm trying to think. Diablo 3 launched, what was it, 2012? Yeah, 2012. It was May 2012. I mean, if we look up a PC build from 2012, I've got a website here, which is going over PCs. We have a budget PC of $1,000 in 2012, and the budget $1,000 PC is running, let's see here, looks like they didn't even have a solid state. That's pretty sad. It's like they don't even have a solid state in the build. The budget system is running an i5 3570K with a Radeon HD 7870 2GB and 8 GB of RAM. I mean, we got a hell of a lot better computers than that nowadays. And that's just like $1,000 rig from that time period. You could have had something a little bit better than that. They also have a $500 rig here on this website from 2012, which was a i3 3220 dual core with a EVGA GTX 650 Ti. For $528, you could put this system together, and they were still running 8 GB of RAM. They did not, however, have any solid states in any of these rigs that they built. So, 32 mosaic sins, hell yeah, Care Bear, let's go. 32 mosaic sins. Let's white out the entire screen. Okay, let's just white it out. We got a couple comments on Twitch here. I like the idea of around 6 people at most doing a dungeon together, but then like 15 plus doing a guild content. That sounds fun. I guess the biggest thing, in my opinion, is when it comes to pug runs with multiple players, you have, 3 people doing work, and the rest are just leeching. Why can't you find the live stream? I mean, I live stream the entire thing, Timothy. If you go backwards on this live stream, you can just start at the beginning, and you can very easily find the start, and I go through the entire thing. And right now we're doing the analysis part of it, but we already watched the entire thing all the way through. And now we're just analyzing everything that they're, all the information that they've given us so far. You don't really need to pull up the live stream. Just go back on this live stream about what is it? About an hour? About an hour. All right, let's keep going.
Easy going. Let's see. I know we haven't gone into like details about like skins in store. We will before launch. So we'll get back to like purchase skins and being available on all characters and stuff. We'll have a whole detailed list on that. And then this is a fun question for you guys. What are your favorite classes, and would you guys plan on maining during launch? Each of you, I guess.
All right, I'll start. I usually say rogue. And that's mostly because I think we did such an incredible job in fulfilling the fantasy of having like a hybrid melee ranged class, or I can take like skills that are ranged skills and skills that are melee skills and really use them seamlessly between. That's actually something that we got when we developed the Barbarian. We knew we wanted to have this weapon master that's wielding just lots and lots of different weapons. And so we developed the arsenal system for the Barbarian. And a consequence of that development.
All those D2 memories.
Yeah, with my, I'll mostly focus on playing, my first character will be a Sorcerer because I have that fun memory like farming Mephisto with
So Meng Song over here has actually played Diablo. He specifically said he had a lightning sorceress that he farmed Mephisto with, which is pretty cool. Maybe Meng Song's lesson was actually named after him. I mean, it can't be a coincidence that his name is literally Meng Song, and we literally have an item in the game named Meng Song's lesson, and he's also was playing Diablo 2 when it came out. So maybe it is actually named after him. I'm so curious now. Meng Song's lesson. I mean, it's even spelt the same. Or is it? No, it's not spelt the same. His is with an E and this one's with an A. This one is Mang. And his is Meng. So maybe it's not named after him. It is an Asian-themed item, though. When I pull it up on the internet, it says this item was one of the many having Asian-themed names, indicating as an as-yet unexplored Asian-themed civilization focusing on archers, most probably concentrated in the region of Xiansai. So it is an Asian-themed item, and it does seem to point toward that. Maybe it's just a coincidence that his name is similar to the item, I guess.
All those D2 memories.
Yeah, with my lightning static sorcerers, and also I play a lot of sorcerers also in Diablo 3. So I'm always like
The hell?
She won't remember her
What
first
the
word.
ham biscuit?
She won't remember her first steps. But she'll never ever forget.
I'm sorry about that. Just some random ad popped up on one of the websites I had open.
get like emotional with the fire code and the lightning kind of a fantasy of sorcerers.
For me, I think it's a tough choice between Rogue, like Joe said. I really like the kind of like positional requirements and the fast movement pace of playing that character, or Druid. I really like the kind of the hybrid element. I've been having a lot of fun with like kind of hybrid werewolf caster builds, experimenting with them lately. So I think that might be what I'll go with.
Hybrid werewolf
I think
caster
for me,
builds.
Druid for sure. I've been playing. Druid was my. When the expansion for D2 came out, I just dropped every character and just only focused on Druid. I've always loved playing that type of class fantasy in any type of game. Even like WoW, for instance, I always played Druid. But I will say Rogue is really good. Rogue has like if you want flashy, Rogue is most definitely super flashy. Like the idea that they even have skills where you can like literally throw your daggers into someone and then jump to them is like the most flashy thing in the world. So I'm going to end with one last question because I know we've been getting this a lot, and it's regarding trading within Diablo 4. And I think there's like nuances and so forth, but people are asking, is there trading in D4? Because obviously like D3 it was almost non-existent. So yeah, it's people are curious to know how that works in D4.
Yeah, we get this question a lot, and we're continuing to, trading in D4 is less restrictive than it is in D3, but it's by no means...
Okay. Before we go any further, let's celebrate just a little bit, okay? Let's celebrate just a little bit, all right? Because he said...
It's by no means wide open.
He said, all right, we're going to celebrate. We got to celebrate this, okay? It's very important.
It's by no means wide open.
Of course, it's not going to let me reverse. Why are you not going to let me reverse? That's rude.
We get this question a lot, and we're continuing to, trading in D4 is less restrictive than it is in D3.
Trading in D4 is less restrictive than it is in D3. All right, let's celebrate that right off the bat, okay? Because Diablo 3's trading system was absolute garbage, okay? Dog poop in the road that you accidentally stepped on garbage, all right? So we can celebrate at least that right off the bat, like praise Jesus, all right? I'm not even joking. It's at least better than it is in Diablo 3, which is already a win right there off the bat. It's better than Diablo 3.
But it's by no means wide open trading.
All right, but it's by no means wide open trading. So it's not like Diablo 2. So we know for a fact that the trading system is going to be better than Diablo 3, but it's not going to be as wide open as it is in Diablo 2. So we're somewhere in the middle between the two, which I'm at least okay with, that it's not Diablo 3 level of garbage. My beautiful lady is home, and Cody is going crazy. Cody. Cody, come over here. Look, I got a beef jerkies. Look, Cody, I got a old Trapper Peppers. You don't even care because your mama's home, though, but look, I got some jerky. Look at that. He came over and looked at it for a half a second, then ran away. Cody, sit. Good boy. I'm just trying to calm him down a little bit because he gets kind of crazy when his mama comes home. All right, let's see what else he has to say besides the fact that it's not wide open. All right, so we know it's not going to be Diablo 2 trading, and we know it's not going to be Diablo 3 trading, but like what intermediary are we looking at?
And we know that there are lots of players who enjoy the trading, enjoy the game for the trading experience, and that those players would like to have, as few restrictions on trading as possible. And so we want to support that to the extent that we can, but we also want to protect the core game loop of killing monsters to get loot, right? And so there are some restrictions on trading to further encourage the situation where the best way to get the most powerful loot is to kill monsters. That's sort of our overriding directive there. But when you think about all the stuff that we're doing that we plan to do with seasons and the game being a live service, we could certainly see opportunities for different trading rule sets in the future.
Cool.
I'm a little bit worried about that statement that he made, which is we primarily want the items to come from monsters. So, he's basically saying in a nutshell there that he doesn't want, your primary source of item gaining to come from trading, which says to me that we're definitely not going to have an open system. And he already said that. We're not going to have an open system. And it does make the game extremely easy when you have a full wide open trading system, because then anybody can hand you anything. But at the same time, the horrible restricted trading system in Diablo 3 made the game feel like it was a single player adventure. Like it was an awful single player game that nobody ever wanted to play. And I didn't like it. I didn't like Diablo 3's trading system. I thought it was garbage. And I'll say that out loud as many times as I can. Diablo 3's trading system is garbage. Everybody chant it with me. Diablo 3's trading system is garbage. So I'm glad that they're not making it as restricted as Diablo 3. I really want to see the details though. I wanna see, like, you got to show it to me. I want to see what the trading system is going to be capable of. And I'm a little bit worried about his final statement there. Let me rewind this just a little bit.
Cool. Awesome. And I'm going to answer this really quickly.
But you know, when you think about all the stuff that we're doing that we plan to do with seasons and the game being a live service, we could certainly see opportunities for different trading rule sets in the future.
Different trading rule sets in the future. Okay? Different trading rule sets in the future. So it almost makes it sound like, to me, that they're not going to have like the trading system kind of in the game at launch. He's talking about like them figuring out the trading system as they go along because they don't really quite know what they're going to do yet. It sounds to me like they haven't really settled on what they want to do with the trading system, and that's unfortunate. So in the future, we might find out what the hell the trading system is going to be and what they're going to settle on. And this actually follows along closely with the information that I've been getting, because I've been keeping track, by the way. I've been looking, I've been sifting through the data on the internet, and I keep coming across conflicting information from conflicting sources within the community. That the trading system is going to be one way, and then the trading system is going to be another, and then they changed it. So, like, I think they're still playing around with the idea, and they're still trying to finish what they want the trading system to be. And I don't know if we're going to find out until launch. We might not see a solidified trading system until much later in the game. We might see one trading system in beta, only to come to find out when the game launches that it's a completely different trading system. And I wouldn't be too surprised if the fluidity of whatever this trading system is changes over time.
Cool. Awesome. And I'm going to answer this really quickly because everyone's like spamming it. Yes, there are treasure goblins in Diablo.
Oh.
So that's really cool. I do like treasure goblins. I think most people who played Diablo 3, even if you hated Diablo 3, I think most people like the treasure goblins. I think we all like the treasure goblins. It's a very good idea. It's a very fun idea. People love chasing the damn things down. There's like a certain sense of achievement when you manage to kill one before they get away. Like the harder treasure goblins, the one that would split into like the little tiny itty bitty treasure goblins, and then they would all run away, and then you'd have to chase each one down and kill them before they teleported. And then like the small percent chance that it could take you to the realm of the greed. I think most people really like the treasure goblins, and so I'm glad that they're making a return in Diablo 4, because that's definitely one feature. If you had to pick one feature from Diablo 3 that you would bring forward into Diablo 4, I'm glad that treasure goblins is at least in there.
People were like, are there goblins? Are there goblins? Yes, there are
Yeah,
treasure goblins in Diablo 4. So, thank you guys for joining us today on the Diablo 4 live stream. I will note this is actually the end of where we will be talking about some Diablo 4 stuff. We do have one last thing we do want to do. This is not related to Diablo 4, so I do want to just like set expectations here and so forth. But we actually do have some special guests, including this wonderful pie that's sitting behind me that I'm sure a lot of people are like, what's going on? I don't understand why a pie is here. But we do have some special guests today. And I do want to introduce 3 people here. First is the GM of...
So let's get a little bit of instant replay action. So this is when they pie Rod, by the way. So they get a pie in Rod's face. I'm gonna fast forward this to when he gets pied. I think it's funny. Oh no. Let's go frame by frame, shall we? And the pie's coming in, and the pie's coming in, and he's got some velocity on that pie. Like it's only one frame here, like, and that when it hits his face, like there is a solid kerthunk, and like the pieces of the pie go shooting outward. I mean, he doesn't spare any feelings on this guy. Like, he's probably getting fired tomorrow. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, boom. I mean, there's whipped cream shooting out the side. Pie crust is literally just like shooting out the side of the container. Poor guy's hoodie, like the pie literally pours into his hoodie there. And then he just rubs it around his face. I mean, just absolutely just Yep, absolutely great. let's see that in full speed, shall we? Let's see that in full speed. So we're gonna get a full speed shot here. Boom. All right, let's get a slow motion, shall we? We need a slow mo. We need an absolutely slow mo shot. All right, here we go. Hold on. Playback speed 0.25. All right, here we go. Slow motion engaged. Man, he really rubs it in. Like, I mean, he really rubs it in.
He's just rubbing it in.
Dude, the voice on Slowmo is terrible. That laugh in Slowmo, like, holy crap.
All right. Well, Rod, how was that?
It's refreshing. It's good for the pores.
Buddy, I'm sorry. Buddy, I'm sorry. All right. All right. And
I gotta see it one more
3,
time. I'm sorry.
2,
I'm sorry.
1. And he's just rubbing it in.
All right, guys and gals. I think we've pretty much gone over everything. Some things are a bit exciting, you know, like the D3 trading system not being like the D4 trading system not being like D3. That's something to celebrate. You know, like some things are a bit disappointing. I don't particularly like the four player count. I feel like they should have gone with more than 4 players per group. I mean, 8 players is like the bare minimum. Like, I feel like they should have went for. Diablo 2 has 8 players. Freaking Final Fantasy 14 has 8 players. I mean, yeah, some games have a little bit less. Lotro has 6. World of Warcraft has 5. But 4 just seems really restrictive and small. I don't really know why they went with that. There's some cool information in there, like about the armor system and the mitigations and level differences and whatnot, which I think was kind of interesting. Overall, I think this is just really just to get us hyped up for the beta. I really want to get in there and test it. Like they've shown us tons of stuff. They've given us tons of developer updates. I mean, it's cool, but you can only read a newspaper so many times or like read a book so many times before you want to actually go to the place that you're reading about. You know, like if you're reading about the mountains, eventually you're going to want to go to the mountains. And like they've given us enough information. Like I want to actually go there and I want to actually experience it. And I want to get my little wolf pup. Like I want to get my little wolf pup, and that way I can you know, I can have my little wolf puppy follow me around. I'm assuming the little wolf puppy will follow me into the main game, obviously, because you know it's something that you're earning in the beta, but it's probably linked to your BattleNet account. So I want to have my wolf puppy on launch. Okay, this is very important. I need to have my wolf puppy. I need it. I need it. Like, I want you to imagine SpongeBob, like, literally screaming out, "I need it!" Like, this is very imperative. Like, I absolutely need this, 100%. And apparently, you can't get it unless you're in the beta. So, very smart move on their part to make a very cute little puppy that you can't get unless you're in the beta. And a whole bunch of people are going to pre-order just for the puppy. You watch. And you can carry the puppy around with you while you adventure. Probably the coolest thing from this entire stream was literally the cute little puppy, and honestly, it really is. It's very cute. All right, guys and gals. I've been already streaming for way too long, 4 hours. I think I'll get into some more ladder maybe. I do got to go to work tonight, but we're gonna try and do a little bit more Season 3 ladder for Diablo 2 Resurrected later. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my crazy videos, even when it's just me playing around and pretending to be the head of Inarius for an entire live stream, and petting people's heads and making jokes about that's what she said for them. He's like, they're gonna be meatier. They're much meatier. He's like, you know, another thickness. The thickness of this update is just amazing. All right, guys and gals. Peace. Peace.